Chapter 1013. Accepting Servants. Chapter 1013. Accepting Servants. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said impatiently, "Don't give me that in front of me. Talk to me. Why were you guys locked up in here?" The two people froze. Wu Luo opened his mouth and said in Bara, Sedley, "Actually, I was born in the White Tiger Suppression Martial clan. When I was young, because I formed an enmity with an elder in the clan, in a rage, I killed the other party. Later, I escaped from the White Tiger clan. Didn't expect that 200 years later, I was actually still captured back." Yi Yuan nodded his head when he heard that and said, "All right then, you count as one. Enter a soul contract, then. 2,000 years, take it as a punishment for the incident last time." Wu Luo froze. When he reacted to it, he could not help being wildly ecstatic. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually brushed over the matter last time so easily. In his view, Yi Yuan definitely wanted powerful helpers. Hence, that was why he would bring them out. But he did not have eyes and offended Yi Yuan the last time. Even if Yi Yuan wanted him, he would definitely make him pay a painful price too. Did not think that Yi Yuan just casually added 1,000 years and agreed to it. 1,000 years might be rather long, but compared to the White Tiger dungeon, he was more willing to be outside. To an expert who was trapped for several thousand years, there was nothing more precious than freedom. "Many thanks, Your Excellency. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Don't say 2,000 years, even 3,000 years. I'm willing to," Wu Luo said excitedly. Wu Luo immediately entered a soul contract with Yi Yuan without another word, to be Yi Yuan's servant for 2,000 years. Yi Yuan's breadth of mind was not narrow to this sort of degree. To seek revenge for the smallest grievance because of 1 or 2 words. He had a condition for bringing people out, people whose crimes were inexpiable, he did not want. Wu Luo just killed an elder because of a grudge. This sort of thing was a severe crime to the White Tiger clan, but it was actually happening in every corner of the divine realm every day. It did not count as some unforgivable crime. Furthermore, for Wu Luo to be able to cultivate to such a boundary and be able to kill a White Tiger clan's elder, that by itself showed how formidable his strength was. Seeing Wu Luo break free, Jiang Taitsong became very anxious. "Why, Your Excellency, what about me?" Jiang Taitsong said weakly, cold sweat pouring out. Yi Yuan voiced his assent and said, "You talk about it too." Jiang Taitsong recounted his experiences very fidgety, but it was rather wondrous. This guy was a human, but cultivated the sacred hand Dao. Check. Putting it bluntly, he was a thief. Jiang Taitsong's strength was heaven-piercing, but could not change the habit of kleptomania. 5,000 years ago, the White Tiger clan organized a sacrificial grand ceremony and prepared several top-notch sacrificial goods. Who knew that this guy actually directly pocketed those few sacrificial goods? The White Tiger spirit was not lacking those few sacrificial goods, but it survived through the White Tiger clan's powers of faith. Those few sacrificial goods were entrusted with the White Tiger clan's powers of faith. Being taken away by Jiang Taitsong like this, how could the White Tiger clan not be furious? Hence, the White Tiger clan's patriarch back then personally moved out, chased him down for a full 2 years' time, and finally captured him back. To be able to escape from under the White Tiger patriarch's hands for a full 2 years, Jiang Taitsong could also be sufficiently proud. Hearing Jiang Taitsong's experiences, Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, immediately deciding on him. Thereupon, this 3-person group was also considered officially formed. The other people's strengths were clearly more than a level weaker than the 3 of them. Yi Yuan did not consider any more either. As for Ao Qian, Yi Yuan also asked about his situation. As a result, the reason why he was imprisoned shocked Yi Yuan too. This guy actually challenged the White Tiger clan and swallowed a 50,000-year-old crane essence inside a mystic realm. As a result, he was immediately captured by the White Tiger clan. Crane essence was not a white crane that became a demon, but a kind of longevity-promoting spirit medicine. It was not within the scope of the 9 tiers. A 50,000 years old crane essence was sufficient to extend a person's longevity by more than a fold. At that time, Ao Qian was also anxious until his eyes turned red, looking as his time was almost up and that he was going to pass away in meditation. How could he care about whether it offended the White Tiger clan? He directly swallowed it. In the end, he lived until now, but was also locked up inside this White Tiger dungeon, never to rise again. Back then, the White Tiger Patriarch said, "Didn't you devour the crane essence? Then I'll let you savor the taste of waiting for death inside the White Tiger dungeon." Well, the White Tiger clan sealed Ao Qian's demonic core and sealed off his bloodline power. He could not do anything inside this dungeon at all, and could only stare blankly with his eyes open. This stare was more than 20,000 years. If not for Yi Yuan, he would really stare all the way here until death. However, while these 3 people's strengths were formidable, being sealed inside this White Tiger dungeon, the effect on them was immense. Even if Yi Yuan let them out without 1,000 years' time, it was very hard for them to recover to the peak. Their current strength was at most the level of ordinary divine kings too, a long shot away from their peak period. Reaching the divine king realm, each step taken was extremely arduous, unless it was the 10 great divine kings, that kind of peerless geniuses. Otherwise, to many divine king experts, they would pretty much be like that for their entire lives. Yi Yuan bringing the 3 people out, Rong Xiao naturally could not dispense with a warning. His expression was very grim as he said coldly, "The 3 of your matters, you know it yourself. You all are my White Tiger clan's mortal enemies. Yi Yuan is my White Tiger clan's savior. That's why this seat gave him 3 quotas. However, there's also an agreement between Yi Yuan and me. After returning you guys your freedom in the future, if you dare to come to find trouble with my White Tiger clan, he'll personally cut the 3 of you down. Don't doubt my words. If Yi Yuan wants to kill you all, he might only require several decades. After 1,000 years, you won't even be fit to carry his shoes for him. Following him might be the luckiest thing in the 3 of your lives." When Ao Qian Trio heard that, their expressions all changed. To be able to make the White Tiger Patriarch say this sort of words, Yi Yuan was clearly very extraordinary. Furthermore, Rong Xiao said it. Yi Yuan was the White Tiger clan's savior. What kind of incident could make the White Tiger clan release the 3 most important people in the dungeon? These 3 people were not stupid and knew that they had underestimated Yi Yuan too much previously. After the joy of getting out of prison settled down, they became aware that they seemed to have followed a very remarkable master, especially Ao Qian. He was the clearest what kind of existence Long Tongue was. In that era, Long Tongue was reputed as the Dragon Clan's most powerful genius after Divine Tao dwindled to 0. Even he acknowledged Yi Yuan like so. This child was bound to be extraordinary. Of course, when Yi Yuan took them into the vast heaven pag, their astonishment reached an even more unsurpassed sable height. This was a quasi-divine artifact. Yi Yuan's figure appeared and said nonchalantly to the 3 people, "The 3 of you following me, I naturally won't treat you guys shabbily. My current strength isn't there yet. When I break through to Tao Profound, I should be able to refine medicinal pills for you guys. At that time, it should be able to help you all recover to peak strength. Of course, Tier 9 spirit medicines aren't that easy to find. This period of time, I'll keep an eye out for you all." Yi Yuan's words made the 3 people endlessly shocked. breaking through to Tao profound realm, and he could refine medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that the three of them required were high-grade Tier 9. Chapter 1014. Emperor Qi, Chapter 1014. Emperor Qi, Patriarch, Ji Qingyun is insolent and disrespectful, and really took the sacred dragon token to be his belonging. I'm really perplexed why the sacred dragon token would choose a human. When Long Zaiqian returned to the clan, the moment he saw the Azure Dragon Patriarch, Ao Duo, he poured out all of the grievances during this period. Yi Yuan having the sacred dragon token in his hands was like a porcupine, unable to bite down at all. But Outwood did not have Long Zaiqian's fretfulness. He just said coolly, a divine artifact is an item with a spirit. Moreover, the sacred dragon token is a heavenly divine artifact. It has its own reasons for picking Ji Qingyun. What I mind more is that Ji Qingyun has only resurrected for 20 years. Why would his bloodline power be so powerful? Heard Jianba say that his bloodline power actually exceeded the limits of the Blood Soul Stone. This is simply something inconceivable. On the day when Ao Jianba was severely wounded by the Universal Void Slaughter Ji, deslaying formation, it was also thanks to Yi Yuan breaking the deadlock that he got away with his life. At this time, he was currently recuperating inside the clan. Getting Yi Yuan over, it was naturally impossible for Ao Duo to not do a comprehensive understanding of Yi Yuan. In his previous life, Yi Yuan had come to the Dragon Clan before, but at that time, he was the high and lofty Qingyun Zi. No one in the entire divine realm dared to provoke. In this life, Yi Yuan was merely Yi Yuan, but the Dragon Clan's own clan rules gave Oduo a big headache. After Long Zaiqian brought Yi Yuan back, the Dragon Clan could only wait upon Yi Yuan with good food and drinks. Ao Duo did not have the intention of meeting. If he really met, it would be Mbara sing to open his mouth instead. It was just that the thing that made Ao Duo found it hard to conceive was not just the sacred dragon token in his possession. There was also Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline. Could it be that the White Tiger Clan's Blood Soul Stone had problems? Long Zaiqian said rather uncertainly. Ao Duo shook his head and said, shouldn't be Zaiqian say, since he obtained the sacred dragon token, could he have obtained a genuine divine beast bloodline? Long Zaiqian was startled inwardly and looked at Ao Duo strangely. The so-called genuine divine beast bloodline was naturally the bloodline of a deity realm Azure Dragon powerhouse. This sort of thing was simply a priceless treasure. And genuine divine beast bloodline had never been seen before ever since divine Tao dwindled to zero. Now that the sacred dragon token came into being, divine beast bloodline coming into being was naturally nothing strange either. With Patriarch saying so, it really is like that. Only a divine beast bloodline can make the Blood Soul Stone unable to withstand it, right? Patriarch, this boy is certain that we don't dare to touch him. That's why he followed me back to the Dragon Clan. Why not? Long Zaiqian gave a vicious look. That meaning was obviously to dispose of Yi Yuan and forcefully and TCH the sacred dragon token and bloodline. But Ao Duo shook his head and said, this matter still needs to be thought through at length. It has to be Ji Qingyun handing it over willingly. Going against the ancestral teachings, this sort of thing isn't considered much among humans. But among my demon race, especially to the Azure Dragon Clan, it's a massive matter. Unless there are no other alternatives, this seat doesn't wish to come to that point. Long Zaiqian's face fell slightly, but he nodded his head. He was aware of Ao Duo's misgivings. The dragon race's inheritance was in the bloodline. Violating the ancestral teachings, this sort of thing, one might just suffer a bloodline backlash, regardless of who it was. And Oh, Body was willing to go and do it either. Yi Yuan came to the Dragon Clan, but was very leisurely and carefree. The Dragon Clan seemed to have forgotten about his existence and pushed him to one side the whole time. Yi Yuan did not idle away either and had to catch up about the old days with Ao Lin, but placed the majority of the time on cultivation. The matter of Ji Kanglin honestly caught Yi Yuan by surprise. Facing the Ji Kanglin who entered the realm of Void Mystic, Yi Yuan was currently too weak. Dealing with ordinary divine king powerhouses, Yi Yuan leaping realms to battle was like having a common meal. But against Void Mystic powerhouses, Yi Yuan's strength was somewhat lacking. Void Mystic powerhouses, every last one's comprehension towards concepts was extremely profound. With Yi Yuan's current concepts comprehension, even if he was sent to Void Mystic realm directly, it was also impossible for him to defeat Ji Kanglin. Putting aside capturing the White Tiger Spirit, Ji Kanglin's strength was even that tiny hint stronger than Rong Xiao. One had to know that Rong Xiao was a veteran Void Mystic powerhouse, while Ji Kanglin had at most just entered the realm of Void Mystic for 20 years. All along, concepts were Yi Yuan's ace in the hole, to leap realms and battle. His concepts comprehension was more than just a tiny bit stronger than the average person. But the time he cultivated was too short when all was said and done. To an alchemist who had never cultivated concepts in his past life, to be able to cultivate to such a boundary in 20 years' time, this was simply a peerless genius. But no matter how genius, he was also not Ji Kanglin's match. That battle that day, if not for Yi Yuan inflicting self-harm as the price and catching Ji Kanglin off guard, he would have long become a deceased soul under Ji Kanglin's sword. Already, prior to this, Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was that he was in the dark, and Ji Kanglin was in the open. But now his ident. One, Tai was already exposed. Yi Yuan no longer had anything to count on. D knows when the next time Ji Kanglin make his move would be? Resigning himself to death was not Yi Yuan's character. His greatest reliance right now was the sacred dragon token. So no matter what, he would not give it to the Dragon Clan. And although the vast Heaven Steel and soul-suppressing pearl, these two items were formidable, he could not harness them at all currently. According to Long Tongue's version of things, only when he reached Tao Profound Realm could he sense the vast Heaven Steel's truly formidable aspects. And Yi Yuan was already 9th level phaseless currently. These few days, he had been consolidating his cultivation realm the entire time, planning on breaking through to Tao Profound in one stroke. The Tao Profound realm was different from any cultivation realm previously. This was a mysterious and hard-to-fathom boundary. After breaking through to Tao Profound, the martial artist's essence energy C would produce a change once more. The originally ocean-like essence energy C would form clouds of dense chi. The Tao Profound realms might lie precisely here. The Tao Profound realm also went by Emperor Realm. This was not randomly termed. The dense chi formed after breaking through to the Tao Profound Realm was called Emperor Chi. Once Emperor Chi was formed, the power of martial techniques would skyrocket. A martial artist's grasp of essence energy would also reach an inconceivable level. The amount of Emperor Chi also represented the superiority or inferiority of Emperor Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan's essence energy C already reached an unimaginable 100 million feet in circumference. It was 100 times of the average 9th level phaseless. Once he broke through to Tao Profound Realm, it would produce large quant. 1. Ties of Emperor Chi. His strength would also not be what the average first level Tao Profound Realm would compare to. After resting and rehabilitating for the greater part of a month in the Dragon Clan, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm finally finished consolidating. he made use of another 3 days' time to refine a kind of medicinal pill called Emperor Chi pill. In his past life, he relied on precisely this Emperor Chi pill before breaking through to Tao Profound Realm. In this life, Yi Yuan's soul force already broke through to Alchemy Emperor Realm. Refining this mere Tier 8 Emperor Chi pill was naturally no object. Without a doubt, transcendent grade Emperor Chi pill. All preparations in place, the Dragon Clan still did not seem to have the intention of finding him to negotiate. Yi Yuan just broke through in the Dragon Clan straightforwardly. At present, his fleshy body and divine soul both already stepped into Emperor Realm. It was only missing this essence energy cultivation realm alone. Rumble. After Yi Yuan consumed the transcendent grade Emperor Chi pill, very soon, large quant. 1. Ties of Emperor Chi took shape inside his essence energy sea. Heavenly tribulation arrived once more right on schedule. Chapter 1015, Variant Major 9 by 9 Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 1015, Variant Major 9 by 9 Heavenly Tribulation. Who's transcending tribulation in the clan? Seems like it's transcending Tier 9 Heavenly Tribulation. It's just that this Heavenly Tribulation's pressure is a bit too terrifying, right? Yeah, I feel that if I were to transcend the tribulation, I'd definitely be smitten to death. I've never seen a Heavenly Tribulation with this sort of power before. It's too scary. Fool, what do you guys know? This is a Major 9 by 9 Heavenly Tribulation. It was said that when Patriarch broke through to Tier 9 back then, he only transcended an intermediate 9 by 9 Heavenly Tribulation to be able to attract a 9 by 9 Heavenly Tribulation when breaking through to Tao Profound. Those were all geniuses among geniuses. But the vast majority of martial artists were all just minor 9 by 9 Heavenly Tribulation. Those able to bring down an intermediate 9 by 9 Heavenly Tribulation were just an extremely, extremely small portion. A powerhouse like AO Duo also merely attracted an intermediate 9 by 9 Heavenly Tribulation. The rarity could be imagined, and attracting a Major 9 by 9 Heavenly Tribulation was even rarer. In the entire divine realm, it was also extremely rare to hear of someone able to attract a Major 9 by 9 Heavenly Tribulation. Under the tribulation clouds, inside the storm, Yi Yuan stood in the air, causing an uproar in the Dragon Clan. This time, the scope of the tribulation's clouds were extremely vast, virtually covering the entire Azure Dragon Clan's totem territory. In the sky, lightning danced like silver snakes. The ACCU mulat pressure became more and more horrifying, but drew the bow without shooting, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. AO Duo looked at that figure in the distance, his face revealing a look of shock as he said, Ji Qinyan focused on alchemy and was uncommitted to martial arts. Didn't think that in this life he actually exhibited such terrifying martial Dao talent. This martial Dao talent, compared to his alchemy, Dao isn't the least bit inferior either. How is this possible? It's only been a short 20 years' time. I even thought that his cultivation realm was all stacked up with medicinal pills, didn't think that Long Zaiqian looked at the Yi Yuan in the sky and was speechless for a long time. Crack! Crack! Amidst the Dragon Clan's astonishment, the first bolt of heavenly tribulation tore through the air and arrived. That COA, R.S.E. lightning seemingly tore open a large hole in the sky. Just the power of the first bolt of heavenly tribulation made people feel terror. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest either. Lifting his hand, it was a coiling dragon, heaven-devastating palm. Rumble! Yi Yuan's figure was suddenly smashed down several hundred feet. But he still forcefully stood his ground. This first bolt of heavenly tribulation was more terrifying compared to any of the heavenly tribulations he had transcended before in the past. One had to know that Yi Yuan was already Tier 9 fleshy body, currently. Although this palm was not his all-out attack, the power was also very terrifying already. But facing the heavenly tribulation, he was actually a notch weaker. Seeing this scene, Ao Duo's expression suddenly changed, and he instructed, immediately activate the clan protecting Grand Array. Following Ao Duo's roar, the dragon clan immediately bustled about. Very soon, an enormous light screen thoroughly covered the Azure Dragon's totem territory inside. Ao Duo's expression was ugly as he said, a major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation indeed lives up to its reputation. This first bolt of heavenly tribulation was already so terrifying. If I wait until the final bolt of heavenly tribulation land, wouldn't my dragon clan become a mess? This brat is definitely deliberately putting on a show of force to us. Ao Duo really wronged Yi Yuan. He also did not expect that he actually attracted a major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation. When transcending the fleshy body, heavenly tribulation, and soul tribulation on that day, they were both not so terrifying. He also could not figure out why the tribulation of essence energy would be so frightening. Furthermore, Major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation, even Yi Yuan had only heard about it before too. As for how formidable the power was, he only experienced it personally with that blow just now. Crack, crack, crack. Bolt after bolts of heavenly tribulation landed with loud bangs, different from that sort of exasperation in the past. This time, it was clearly very calm. The heavenly tribulation's interval was very rhythmic. After each time it landed, it would even give Yi Yuan some time to catch his breath. Yi Yuan's figure was struck down time and again, but he flew up stubbornly again. 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation had a total of 9 rounds. Each round had 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation. After each round, the power of the next round would have a substantial increase. Although the power of the first round was fierce, it was clearly inadequate to deal with Yi Yuan. After 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan's aura became somewhat chaotic, but did not have too great of a change. During the second round, the power was clearly more than a level stronger compared to the first round. Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it, and already brought out 80% of his strength. Very soon, the second round was withstood by Yi Yuan as well. The third round, Yi Yuan practically took out all of his strength. He even used the late-stage spirit, rank coiling dragon, heaven devastating palm too, before barely managing to pull through. When Ao Duo saw this scene, his expression was incomparably ugly. Heard Jianba say that Ji Qingyun's dragon race martial techniques were all taught by a mysterious person. At most, it's also just 20 years' time. Could it be that he only used 20 years' time to cultivate Dragon Wave to the late-stage spirit rank? This, the Ji Qingyun after reviving, is truly leaking out bizarreness all over. Ao Duo said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yeah, my dragon race martial techniques are all cultivated with centuries as units. This guy merely cultivated for 20 years and actually reached such a level already truly inconceivable. Long Zaiqian also said in astonishment, although they were long aware that Yi Yuan comprehended late-stage spirit rank Dragon Wave. Seeing him display it with their own eyes, they still felt unbelievably shocked. Suddenly, Ao Duo's expression changed, and he stared at the tribulation clouds as he said, the tribulation clouds seemed to have undergone a transformation. The Major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation doesn't seem like it would be like this, right? What on earth did this brat do? Even heavenly Tao can't tolerate him. Only to see that In the sky, the tribulation clouds suddenly became strange. Inside the originally pitch-black color tribulation clouds, a faint yellow color tribulation cloud faintly appeared. A terrifying fire attribute energy transmitted out from within the tribulation clouds, making everyone's expressions change. This is lightning fire dual tribulation. The power of lightning attribute, heavenly tribulation, is a level greater, and there's even an additional fire attribute, heavenly tribulation. Would this sort of situation happen to a major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation? Ao Duo said in shock. Yi Yuan's expression was also incredibly ugly. He seriously could not understand, just transcending a heavenly tribulation. Was there a need to end up like this? But Yi Yuan faintly had some conjectures. The power of the heavenly tribulation was so great, it likely had something to do with the several terrifying treasures on him. He had 10,000 profanities galloping through his head. The treasures on him seemed like other than the sacred dragon token. He could not harness the rest at all right? Yi Yuan had a flash of inspiration and suddenly called Fiery out. Big brother! Through such a long time of cultivation, Fiery only just broke through to Tier 8. There was still a very long distance away from Tier 9. Yi Yuan's current battles, he virtually could not help with anything much. It was exactly because of so that Fiery was very anxious to. Yi Yuan said, this D.A.M. and heavenly tribulation actually dropped down a lightning fire dual tribulation. This tribulation fire is born from heaven and earth and contains a terrifying power of fire essence. It's a great tonic item to you. In a while, you'll transcend the tribulation together with me and absorb this tribulation fire with all your strength. It should be able to help you to break through to Tier 9 in one go. The moment Fiery heard, he could not help being overjoyed and said, yes, big brother. Right then, a yellow, a white, 2 bolts of heavenly tribulation intertwined and fell down as if it was 2 enormous dragons that devoured heaven and earth. Cruce. H.I. plussing down towards Yi Yuan. The 4th round of 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation descended with a loud cross. H. Plus Yi Yuan gritted his teeth. Lifting his hand, it was a coiling dragon, heaven devastating palm. It was just that the power of the lightning fire dual tribulation was abnormally strong. His coiling dragon, heaven devastating palm only resisted for a split second before collapsing with a loud bang. Chapter 10:16. Lightning, Fire, Ice. Chapter 10:16. Lightning, Fire, Ice Rumble. Yi Yuan was smashed fiercely onto the Dragon Clan's Grand Array light barrier. Lightning and flames swathed on his body, akin of bone-infesting maggots, unable to dispel. Fiery, quick! Right then, Fiery appeared like a spirit. Needing incantations, he absorbed the flames on Yi Yuan's body greedily. This fire of heavenly tribulation was the most original source of energy in the world. After Fiery absorbed, his cultivation realm increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Taking advantage of this interval, Yi Yuan seemed completely fine and started to revolve his skill and regulate his breathing to prepare to receive the next heavenly tribulation. This bowls H.I. plus T major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation, just the 4th round, and it's so terrifying. If it were to reach the 9th round, what would it be like? Yi Yuan cursed. Not just Yi Yuan, each and every one of those Dragon Clan powerhouses were all dumbfounded from watching too. Such a dreadful, heavenly tribulation. They had rarely seen it in all their lives too. How monstrous to what degree is this Ji Qingyun to bring forth such a terrifying, heavenly tribulation? This old man has cultivated for several thousand years and also never saw before such a terrifying major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation. The height of this child's talent has probably met with heaven's jealousy. You all look at that thing by his side. It should be a primordial spirit, right? My G. Oh, D, he's actually absorbing tribulation fire. Could it be? That's right, it's definitely the spirit of an essence fire. No wonder Ji Qinyan can provoke such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. His fortuitous encounters are also a bit too good. The spirit of an essence fire absorbing these tribulation flames, even breaking through to Tier 9 is nothing difficult to. Fiery's appearance made all the powerhouses incredibly envious. Reviving for these 20 years, Yi Yuan's lucky chances were simply great until it drove people nuts. Sacred Dragon Token, Bloodline Power, Spirit of Essence Fire. These things were all existences capable of driving Divine King powerhouses crazy. They were actually all acquired by Yi Yuan. It was also no wonder that Yi Yuan brought down such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Just as everyone was in shock, the second bolt of lightning fire dual tribulation came down furiously. This time, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless anymore. The feeling of directly being smashed onto the protective screen by heavenly tribulation was not that pleasant. Rumble! Another bolt of terrifying lightning fire dual tribulation landed. Yi Yuan was immediately slammed until he flipped quite a few somersaults. Lightning fire dual tribulations smashed down in CLUS TERS. That tremendous impact force was secondary. The most frightening thing was still the two different kinds of lightning and fire energy corroding endlessly. These two kinds of heavenly tribulation both possess exceptional offensiveness. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body already broke through to Tier 9 under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, he was already on the verge of not being able to stave it off. Fortunately, Fiery was absorbing the power of tribulation fire frenziedly, while the origin magnetism spirit within Yi Yuan's body was also extracting the lightning tribulation frenziedly. Relying on these two protective talismans, Yi Yuan forcefully withstood 3 rounds of lightning fire dual tribulation. After 3 rounds of lightning fire dual tribulation, Fiery and the origin magnetism spirit Wood's rank both reached peak Tier 8, only missing a step, and they could enter the rankings of Tier 9. Not good. Big brother, my heavenly tribulation is going to arrive right away as well. Fiery suddenly said at that moment. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "You hurry up and leave the Dragon Clan. Find a place to transcend the tribulation. Over here, at my side. Don't need you to worry about. Big brother, you still have 3 rounds of heavenly tribulation at the back. The power is likely even greater than the lightning fire dual tribulation. Fiery was worried about Yi Yuan and did not wish to leave. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "When soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. I don't believe that a mere 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation can smite me, Yi Yuan, to death." Fiery was helpless and could only leave the Dragon Clan and go transcend tribulation himself. Primordial spirits were products that seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. They would likewise suffer the punishment of heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, a primordial spirit's heavenly tribulation's power would be even more terrifying than the average martial artist's heavenly tribulation. But Yi Yuan imparted Fiery many techniques. His combat strength could not compare to ordinary primordial spirits. Yi Yuan was not worried. What he was worried about right now was the 7th round of 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation that was slow in arriving. Quickly look, there's another additional tribulation cloud. Right then, someone in the Dragon Clan cried out in surprise. Actually, no need for his exclamation. Everybody saw it. Right beside those two tufts of tribulation clouds, there was actually an additional tuft of tribulation cloud. And no way, right? That seems like a water attribute tribulation cloud. Could it be that his major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation is going to gather together all 5 element attributes? Sup 1/sup. Everyone was filled with fear in their hearts. Yi Yuan's major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation was a little too terrifying, right? Lightning fire dual heavenly tribulation was already exceedingly frightening. Now, there was an additional water attribute, heavenly tribulation. Did it still want people to live? Yi Yuan was angered until gnashed his teeth with an ugly smile. This villainous old heaven was simply playing a joke on him. Heavenly tribulations of 3 attributes, was it? This was forcing this young lord to play his trump card. Yi Yuan took out the sacred dragon token without the slightest hesitation and started pouring divine essence into it. Fiery left, if he carried on forcefully resisting like this, he would die very miserably. Crack, crack, crack. The 7th wave of heavenly tribulation finally formed. Lightning, fire, ice, 3 heavenly tribulations descended with a roar, looking extremely glaring and incomparably spectacular. But to Yi Yuan, this was something deadly. The 3 heavenly tribulations had yet to land, but that horrifying pressure already made everyone asphyxiated. Even a powerhouse like Audiobook also revealed a look of astonishment, looking at this scene in disbelief. Screw your uncle. Break for me. Yi Yuan gave a fierce cry and flashed the sacred dragon token in anger, only to hear a rumble. A terrifying undulation rippled out in the sky. That tricolored heavenly tribulation was forcefully blocked, but this undulation was too strong. Even if the dragon clan's people hid inside the array formation, they were also shocked until they swayed around wildly. Today, they were also considered to have broadened their horizons, to have actually seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. But this was not over yet. 9 bolts of tri-heavenly tribulation landed one by one. Yi Yuan also could not care about wasting divine essence at this time anymore. He just deployed the sacred dragon token fervently. It was just that he could sense that even if he deployed the sacred dragon token, each bolt of this heavenly tribulation was also stronger than the last. The 8th round of heavenly tribulation had yet to begin. At this rate, the 8th round was still okay, but he was unable to withstand the 9th round no matter what. By relying on the sacred dragon token, Yi Yuan finally pulled through the tri-heavenly tribulation. This brat is already on the verge of giving out. Even if he relies on the sacred dragon token to make it through the 8th round of heavenly tribulation, he absolutely can't make it past the 9th round either. Head Elder looked at Yi Yuan in the sky with a heated gaze as he said, "Oh," Duo shot him a glance and immediately understood his meaning, but let out a sigh and said, "Using such a method to take back the sacred dragon token is really what I didn't expect." Ha! Who can be blamed for him seeking death himself? It's hard to defy heaven's will. Looks like the dragon ancestor's spirit is there in the unseen world. He's just borrowing Ji Qingyun's hands to deliver the sacred dragon token back to the dragon clan. Long Zitian said rather gleefully. Duo also nodded his head and said, "Looks like there's only such an explanation. The sacred dragon token is spiritual, but used this sort of theatric way to return to the clan." The way the two of them saw it, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to transcend this variant major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation already. There was the dragon ancestor guiding in the unseen world to deliver the sacred dragon token back to the dragon clan. Right at this time, the 8th round of heavenly tribulation initiated once more. This time, a 4th tribulation cloud actually appeared again. Chapter 10:17, 5 elements gathered. Chapter 10:17, 5 elements gathered. Seeing those rolling 4 tribulation clouds, Yi Yuan's complexion was green. Villainous old heaven, your *king messing with me. This was clearly bullying people. Tri-heavenly tribulation was already incomparably terrifying. Now, a 4th tribulation cloud actually came as well. According to this situation, the last round would definitely be the 5-element heavenly tribulation all arriving. Such a heavenly tribulation, even if a divine king powerhouse was here, it would likely be hard to transcend too, right? While Yi Yuan, was only just breaking through to Tao profound realm. When those Dragon Clan martial artists saw this scene, each and every one of their scalps tingled. The moment the 4th tribulation cloud appeared, that terrifying energy undulation made their hearts palpitate unceasingly. This was the genuine might of heaven and earth. It was a power that virtually could not be resisted with a human strength. In the Dragon Clan, there were quite a few people who did not have a favorable impression towards Yi Yuan because of the sacred dragon token's matter. Seeing Yi Yuan encounter such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, there was even some gloating over his misfortune. But each and every one of them could not cheer up currently. Yi Yuan was transcending tribulation right above their heads. Rumble! For bolts of heavenly tribulation rumbled down, wrapped in the power of heaven and earth. That one additional heavenly tribulation this time was wind tribulation. Gusts of strong wind were shaped like they were materialized, intertwining together with the ice, fire, and lightning, increasing the power of the other 3 heavenly tribulations even more. This degree of strong wind was not the fierce gale world's level of strong wind anymore. Even the fierce gale world's 9th level region paled in comparison to this storm too. Disregarding the wind tribulation, the power of the other 3 heavenly tribulations were already not what the 7th round could compare to either. Such a heavenly tribulation, just thinking about it made people despair. Yi Yuan cursed countless times over in his heart, but this heavenly tribulation he had nowhere to hide. Gritting his teeth, Yi Yuan directly poured in 10 times the divine essence from before. The sacred dragon token immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. The last time, in order to deal with the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask, Yi Yuan expended a large quant. 1 tie of divine essence in one go. Currently, the divine essence within his body had already shrunk greatly, no matter how many the divine essence. It was also just a consumable. It was very hard to replenish. He did not think that transcending tribulation this time actually had to utilize so much divine essence. At this rate, the divine essence in Yi Yuan's body was already unable to support more than a few times of his consumption. It was just that this current sort of situation, Yi Yuan had no other alternatives to. No matter how precious divine essence was, it was also not as precious as his life. Rumble! The quadruple heavenly tribulation landed in succession. Even if he had the sacred dragon token in his possession, Yi Yuan was also slammed by the Ma's Civ energy undulation until he tumbled around everywhere. When the Dragon Clan's members saw the situation, all of their expressions changed drastically. It changed not because Yi Yuan was sent flying, but because the clan protecting Grand Array's tremors were already becoming more and more intense under this kind of terrifying impact. Under the 4 heavenly tribulations, the entire Azure Dragon clan felt the earthquakes and mountains sway. This sort of feeling was distinctly much intense compared to before. Ao Duo's expression also changed, and he said to Long Zaijian, "Prepare to activate the 7 constellation Grand Array." The clan protecting Grand Array probably can't last until Yi Yuan finishes transcending the tribulation. Long Zaiqian's expression changed, and he said, This isn't possible, right? Making the experts in the clan maintain the array formation. It shouldn't be possible to breach it, right? Ao Duo shook his head and said, This boy must have done something that violated heavenly Tao. Otherwise, it's definitely impossible for Tao profound heavenly tribulation to be so terrifying. Carry on developing like this. The power of the ninth wave will definitely be unimaginable. Even you and I might not be able to survive inside it too. Long Zaiqian opened his eyes wide, but was still somewhat half dubious towards Ao Duo's words. But the meaning in Ao Duo's words was that this Ji Qingyun was dead for sure. At least the sacred dragon token was going to return to the dragon clan. Bolt after bolt of quadruple heavenly tribulations landed, each more powerful than the last. Yi Yuan's divine essence poured into the sacred dragon token like it was free. But even so, after 9 bolts of quadruple heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan's injuries were already very frightening. If not for Yi Yuan being powerful, just the aftershocks of the heavenly tribulation were sufficient to smite him to death. Yi Yuan had just recovered for not long, and he was covered in blood all over again, becoming a spent force. Except the heavenly tribulation did not have the slightest intention of pitying him. After the 8th round's 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation, the 5th tuft of tribulation cloud started slowly forming in the sky. At this moment, even heaven and earth changed color. Sensing that terrifying pressure, Long Zaiqian's expression became incomparably ugly. Only now did he know that Patriarch's words were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. Even though this quintuple heavenly tribulation was not coming for him, he actually had an impulse to turn around and run. Then the pressure of Yi Yuan situated in the center of the storm could be imagined. Ao Duo's expression could not help changing greatly when he saw the situation and shouted sternly, Quick! Activate the 7 constellation defending Grand Array. In the wake of Ao Duo's order, several rays of light beams rose from the ground up in the totem territory, exactly identical with the White Tiger clan. 7 light beams directly condensed and formed a grand array, but did not summon out the spirit of the Azure Dragon. After this 7 constellation grand array condensed and formed, the originally faltering Dragon Clan territory also stabilized itself. With the 5th tribulation cloud as the center, a fierce wind suddenly howled. Countless flying sand and stone closed in. Gradually, those scattered sand and rocks all condensed together, becoming larger and larger. At first, it was a small hill. Later on, this small hill became bigger and bigger. Yi Yuan dragged his exhausted body, his entire scalp tingling as he said with a bitter smile, Greater 5 elements, heavenly tribulation, truly thinking too highly of me, Yi Yuan. This kind of heavenly tribulation, how can a Tao profound realm powerhouse possibly transcend it? It was also just Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would have long been blasted into residue by the heavenly tribulation at this time already. But facing this greater 5 elements, heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan also somewhat broke down. Even if he had the sacred dragon token in possession, facing this greater 5 elements, heavenly tribulation, a feeling of powerlessness also welled up in his heart. This battle with the heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying than when he faced Ji Kanglin. This power of heaven and earth was not what a human's strength could resist at all. Lightning belonged to metal. It was a metal attribute, heavenly tribulation. Tribulation fire was fire attribute, heavenly tribulation. Ice belonged to water. It was a water attribute, heavenly tribulation. Wind belonged to wood, a wood attribute, heavenly tribulation. This fifth heavenly tribulation was naturally an earth attribute, heavenly tribulation. That towering high mountain already gradually formed, giving people a pressure of Mount Tai Cross. Plussing down. 5 elements, gathering. This power was already completely not what individual attributes could compare to. 5 elements gave birth to each other. This 5 elements, heavenly tribulation gathering together, the power was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Patriarch, is this really heavenly tribulation? Why do I feel like the entire world is going to be destroyed? Only at this time did Long Zetian know that Ao Duo's prediction was not over the top, but too light. This level of heavenly tribulation with his current strength going up was also certain death. Yi Yuan had only just stepped into Tao Profound, and he had to face such a catastrophic heavenly tribulation. How was there still any chances of survival? Even though Ao Duo had long expected it, seeing that kind of heavenly tribulation in the sky, he was deeply astonished too. For 100,000 years, I've never heard before of anyone who could encounter this level of heavenly tribulation. What in the world did Ji Qinyan do to attract such a heavenly tribulation? Ao Duo muttered to himself. Long Zetian sucked in a deep breath and said, Patriarch, if 9 bolts come from such a heavenly tribulation, can the 7 constellation grand array withstand it? Ao Duo shook his head and said, if my conjectures are right, this 9th round of heavenly tribulation should just be this 1 bolt. Chapter 1018, Vast Heaven Steel, open. Chapter 1018, Vast Heaven Steel, open. 5 elements gathering. This was the process of quant. 1. Tative change to qualitative change. It was already entirely different from the heavenly tribulations before. 5 elements reinforced and counteracted each other. But under the heavenly tribulation, the counteraction of the 5 elements was weakened to the lowest, while the reinforcement was augmented to the greatest. This was also the reason why after the last tuft of tribulation cloud appeared, it gave people a feeling of decimating the heavens and destroying the earth. The 8 rounds of heavenly tribulation at the front were all for the sake of brewing this 9th round. Hence, Ao Duo judged that this 9th round of heavenly tribulation was only 1 bolt. This major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation completely could not be judged with common sense already. Its terror was already totally not what a major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation could compare to. Yi Yuan's scalp tingled. The power of this greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation was seriously too terrifying. If he currently had divine king realm strength, maybe he could attempt to resist it a little. But the present him could not oppose it at all. Even if he had a divine artifact, it would not do either. Just as Yi Yuan lost all hope, Long Tongue's voice suddenly transmitted into his head. Yi Yuan, quickly inject Emperor Qi into the vast heaven steel. Yi Yuan was startled, but there was already no time to think at the moment. His mind stirred, and he escaped into the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. But this scene aroused the Dragon Clan's attention. Where did Ji Qinyan go to? Why is he gone? Heard that he has a spatial quasi-divine artifact. He should have hidden inside, right? It's just that. Is this useful? Heavenly tribulation points directly at the martial artists themselves. Even if he has a spatial divine artifact, it's also not possible to avoid the heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, even a quasi-divine artifact probably has to receive damage as well, right? The matter of Yi Yuan possessing the vast heaven pag. There was already not some secret. Therefore, the Dragon Clan's members all guessed where Yi Yuan went very quickly. It was just that they thought that Yi Yuan was afraid of the heavenly tribulation and went to hide. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan's figure appeared before the vast heaven steel. Long Tongue's figure also appeared at his side, and said, Fong Tian's heavenly tribulation back then was also very terrifying. But his Tao profound heavenly tribulation only called down a tri-heavenly tribulation, while you actually summoned the 5 elements heavenly tribulation in full. Clearly, Long Tongue was speechless too. When he saw the 7th round of heavenly tribulation, he knew that things were not good. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Senior, since you knew long ago, you should have warned me beforehand. I'll die like this. Long Tongue said, You have the sacred dragon token, transcending past tri-heavenly tribulation shouldn't be a problem. Who knew that? You actually called down the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation at one go. Yi Yuan said speechlessly, Looks like it should be, because of the soul-suppressing pearl. No time to talk nonsense anymore. What should I do? Your Emperor Qi already went through the baptism of a quadruple heavenly tribulation. It should be rather condensed and sufficient to activate the vast heaven steel. Fire your Emperor Qi into the vast heaven steel and produce a resonance with your bloodline, and you'll be able to officially activate the vast heaven steel. Long Tongue said. Yi Yuan was unbelievably amazed. He thought that he could already control the vast heaven steel all along. Did not think that he had not even accomplished activating it until now. Honestly speaking, obtaining the vast heaven pag. For so long, the vast heaven steel really did not help him too much. No wonder even Fiend Ji, Di Jialan was incredibly apprehensive of the vast heaven steel. Turns out that this vast heaven steel's basic condition for activating was stepping into Tao profound realm. Without Emperor Qi, one could not open up the vast heaven steel at all. Yi Yuan did not dare to hesitate, injecting the Emperor Qi that had just formed above the essence energy C into the vast heaven steel altogether. Rumble! The vast heaven steel suddenly erupted with a blinding light. The entire vast heaven pag, shook unceasingly. In an instant, light illuminated the entire vast heaven pag. At this moment, the vast heaven pag, seemed to have been activated, its size suddenly growing rapidly. The Dragon Clan members were endlessly shocked by this unforeseen event that came suddenly. Only at this moment did they see the true features of that quasi-divine artifact. Rumble, an enormous pag, directly stomped on top of the 7 constellation grand array. That vast, imposing momentum actually faced the 5 elements heavenly tribulation above the firmament from far away. Right at this time, the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation descended with a loud cross. Plus that terrifying power seemingly pressed the entire blue sky down. Is this Ji Qingyun's final trick? Even the sacred dragon token can't block it. What use is a quasi-divine artifact? Even though the vast heaven pag, Da's appearance was very astonies. Plusing Long Zaiqian was still very disdainful. No reason other than that the sacred dragon token was a heavenly divine artifact. It was even more terrifying than ordinary divine artifacts. A mere quasi-divine artifact was not even fit to carry shoes for the sacred dragon token. How could it possibly withstand such a terrifying heaven and earth major calamity? But Ao Duo's expression sunk slightly and said, I keep having a feeling that this quasi-divine artifact is somewhat unusual. Although the power is decent, it's still too far away compared to the sacred dragon token. It's also useless no matter how unusual, right? Long Zaiqian said scornfully. Ao Duo did not refute. Even though he also felt that it was not too likely to block the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation, he still felt that something was not quite right. Right at this time, the vast heaven pag. Das entire pag. The body gave off a dazzling golden light. plus Ning until everyone could not open their eyes. Following that, an enormous bang came from the skies. Ao Duo's expression changed, and he said, "Not good." His figure suddenly vanished from where he originally stood. In the next instant, the 7-constellation grand array suddenly radiated with a brilliant light, wanting to stop this massive aftershock. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Even though Ao Duo increased the 7-constellation grand array's power, the slightly weaker martial artists of the Dragon Clan were still struck by this terrifying aftershock until they vomited fresh blood wildly. Ao Duo's figure appeared beside Long Zaiqian once more and immediately spewed a mouthful of blood out. Long Zaiqian's expression changed, and he supported Ao Duo as he said, "Patriarch, you're injured?" Ao Duo waved his hand and said, "No worries, just a bit of minor injury. The power of this greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. If I don't strengthen the grand array's power, there might be quite a few clansmen who are going to die under this aftershock." Long Zaiqian's expression was incomparably ugly, and already cursed Yi Yuan countless over in his heart. This fellow actually transcended tribulation in the Dragon Clan. Wasn't this intentionally cheating people? Qi Qingyun, that punk should have already thoroughly died, right? If he doesn't die, I'd really wish to supplement 2 tight slaps. Long Zaiqian said, hatefully. Ao Duo said, "A heavenly tribulation of such power. How could he possibly survive? The aftershock is going to dissipate at once. Hurry up and order people to go search for the sacred dragon token." "Yes, Patriarch." Long Zaiqian voiced his assent. Currently, the light in the sky had not dissipated yet. The people did not know what was happening in the sky at all. But there was one thing. Under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan was definitely a dead duck already. And those 5 tufts of terrifying tribulation clouds were currently in the midst of slowly dissipating. The pressure became lighter and lighter. Only then did the members of the Dragon Clan let out a long sigh in relief. Experiencing the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation at such a close range, they had really had enough of it. This sort of thing, it was fine to take a look. Being affected by heavenly tribulation, this sort of thing was seriously too terrifying. If not for Patriarch, who knew how many people were going to die in the Dragon Clan today. Very soon, the tribulation clouds scattered and disappeared, while the golden light that the vast heaven pack, released also gradually disappeared and faded away. That instant when the light was completely gone, all of the Dragon Clan's members cast their glances towards the sky curiously. Then their eyes became wide saucers. Chapter 1019, Dragon Clan's 2 Great Flurries. H.I. Plussing Ages. Chapter 1019, Dragon Clan's 2 Great Flurries. H.I. Plussing Ages. This is not real, right? We activated the 7-constellation grand array, and there were still so many people hurt. He's actually fine. After the shock, the Dragon Clan's experts all let out marveling sighs. When everything dissipated, a tall and straight silhouette stood in the air. Although his entire body was covered with wounds, his imposing momentum was still shocking. Greater 5 elements, heavenly tribulation, was actually cleared by Yi Yuan. How was this possible? Patriarch, I wouldn't have seen wrongly, right? Long Zaiqian stammered for a long time before sorting his words out. Ao Duo also had a look of astonishment and said solemnly, "You didn't see wrongly, he really pulled through. Looks like that quasi-divine artifact really has strange aspects." Long Zaiqian said in shock, "The greater 5 elements, heavenly tribulation that even the sacred dragon token couldn't block. What right does that quasi-divine artifact have to withstand it?" Ao Duo did not reply Long Zaijian because he did not know either. But he could confirm that after that boundless light, something unusual definitely happened. At this moment, the Emperor Qi in Yi Yuan's body surged. Going through the greater five elements, heavenly tribulations tempering, his Emperor Qi was way more powerful compared to ordinary martial artists. Just earlier, he poured Emperor Qi into the vast heaven steel. The vast heaven steel actually directly flew away from the vast heaven pag. And collided together with the greater five elements' heavenly tribulation. But all of this was concealed by the vast heaven pag. Das light. This attack, the vast heaven steel had a flawless victory. Acquiring the vast heaven steel for so long, Yi Yuan truly felt that vast heaven steel's might for the first time. And currently, between Yi Yuan and the vast heaven steel, a trace of faintly discernible connection was also established. It was just that there were countless people staring at Yi Yuan at the moment. He could not probe into it in depth either. Qi Qingyan, you actually dare to transcend such a great tribulation in my dragon clan's totem territory. How do you plead? Ao Duo's voice was like a great bell directly spreading out. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he was just about to speak when Long Tongue's figure suddenly appeared and beat him to it. Ill-mannered little thing, what are you shouting and wrangling for? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was thrilled. Long Tongue remained dormant all along after returning to the clan. Currently, it seemed like he was finally going to activate posturing mode. In other places, an artifact spirit like Long Tongue really did not have much capital to be arrogant. But in the Dragon Clan, Long Tongue was practically an undefeatable existence. Drifting for as long as 50,000 years, Long Tongue's research into the dragon race's cultivation methods and martial techniques had virtually reached the acme of perfection. No matter how powerful the dragon race martial artist, the strength that they could unleash in front of him was also less than 10%. But the moment Long Tongue's words were uttered, the entire dragon clan was thrown into an uproar. Where did this fellow appear from? To actually dare call Patriarch Little Thing, is this throwing away his life? This guy is looking down on my Azure Dragon Patriarch. His crime deserves 10,000 deaths. That Qi Qingyun nearly brought a catastrophic calamity to my clan. Now he let some baffling person out to insult the Patriarch, truly tired of living. Ao Duo's expression was also black as the bottom of a pot. He had taken charge of the Dragon Clan for several thousand years. When had he been looked down upon like this and scolded by people before? Little thing? There was actually still someone who dared to call him that in this world. Originally, Yi Yuan almost bringing a catastrophic calamity to the Dragon Clan, Ao Duo was already incomparably frustrated. At this time, some guy pretending to be mysterious suddenly appeared. How could he still endure it? Acting recklessly and blindly. Ao Duo's expression turned cold, and an incomparably powerful dragon race martial technique was fired towards Long Tongue. This move could not be said to not be strong. The attack of a void mystic realm powerhouses, no matter how casual, was also not what the average person could resist. However, Long Tongue imitated exactly and struck back just like that with the exact same move. No earth-shaking collision sound occurred either. Ao Duo's attack was extinguished like that. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in disbelief. Ao Duo was obviously not some invincible existence, but in the entire divine realm, a person able to eradicate an attack of his so casually had yet to appear. Even the 10 great divine kings could not accomplish this either. The Dragon Clan's clan members all looked at that black silhouette in the sky with incredible shock. Patriarch, this person is that mysterious expert that I mentioned to you before. Didn't think that even Patriarch is unable to beat him. At this moment, Ao Jianba ran out from no idea where. Hearing these words, Ao Duo was also endlessly shocked. Linking it to the words long tongue said previously, could this person be a senior of the Dragon Clan? But he could not think of which Dragon Clan senior's strength was so powerful. This divine sovereign dragon fist is still not bad, much stronger than that brat beside you. It's just that it's still not perfect yet. Long Tongue's voice sounded out once more arrogantly, attracting a wave of sidelong glances. This guy was so arrogant to actually start lecturing the patriarch of the Azure Dragon Clan. However, he seemed to really have the capital to be arrogant. Just which of my Dragon Clan senior is, Your Excellency? Since you returned to the clan, why not show people your true face? With this, Ao Duo also calmed down and knew that he was somewhat rash. Hence, his tone when talking also became slightly more amiable. Longtung said calmly, I'm just not telling you. Better let your family's own senior talk with you. You all who are surnamed Ao, none of you are good. Ao Duo's old face that had just eased up immediately sunk again. But right then, another figure appeared in front of everyone. Elder Ting, your words are also a bit too hurtful, right? At least I, Ao Qian, have always stood on your side. Ao Qian said with a bitter face, Humph, the incident that happened in the clan back then, you all, those little punks, were all still unaccomplished. Otherwise, whose side you stand on is still hard to say. Long Tongue said with a cold snort. Ao Qian was defeated and said helplessly, Elder Tongue, the matter has Pa-S said for so many years. Could it be that your elderly self still not able to let it slide? Let it slide. Long Tongue laughed coldly, but zipped his mouth and did not speak. While at this time, Ao Duo's expression became ugly, his mouth continuously mumbling, Ao Qian, this name is so familiar. All of a sudden, he lifted his head and looked at Ao Qian's figure in disbelief as he said in astonishment, Are you the one known as the Dragon Clan's strongest head, elder 40,000 years ago? Ao Qian? Ao Qian was rather surprised and said, didn't think that so many years have passed. Said, there are actually still people who remember me. This old fellow. You're surnamed Ao too. Looks like in terms of seniority, you gotta call me your geek grandfather. Hearing Ao Qian admitted it personally, Ao Duo's shock could not be any greater. Ao Qian was a legendary figure from 40,000 years ago. How could he suddenly show up in the clan? Patriarch, this person is... Seeing Ao Duo's expression, Long Zaiqian could not resist asking. Ao Duo sucked in a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart before saying slowly, in these 100,000 years, my dragon clan had two great flurries. Plussing ages. The first flurries. Plussing age was 50,000 years ago. In that era, 7 void mystic powerhouses appeared at the same time. The second flurries. Plussing age was 40,000 years ago. 5 void mystic powerhouses appeared in that era at the same time. And Ao Qian is the strongest one during that era 40,000 years ago. And also that generation's head elder. Chapter 1020. Using seniority to crush you to death. Chapter 1020. Using seniority to crush you to death. The moment Ao Duo's words came out, Ao Jianba and Long Zaiqian's faces both changed. They were seriously unable to imagine how a figure from 40,000 years ago would possibly appear before their eyes. Although the dragon race's lifespan was much longer compared to the human race, it was at the very most also just around 20,000 years. Then what was going on with this legendary head elder before their eyes? Doesn't that mean that compared to the patriarch back then, he's even more? Long Zaiqian said in amazement. Ao Duo nodded and said, if he is really old ancestor, Ao Qian. Except old ancestor Ao Qian is a figure from 40,000 years ago. How can he possibly live until now? Ao Qian was not angered and said with a faint smile, "Looks like this old man still has some prestige. It's just that. So what if 40,000 years? You all know that the strongest person 40,000 years ago was this old man. Then do you guys know who the strongest person in that era 50,000 years ago was?" Ao Duo was not an idiot. He virtually reacted right away to who that person Ao Qian was talking about, and could not help revealing a look of shock. "You're saying he is impossible. Absolutely impossible." Ao Duo's expression changed greatly. The demeanor of a patriarch was all gone at this moment. These two people were both figures who were long already submerged in the annals of time. But now they appeared in front of him alive. How could this not shock him? Although he was unwilling to believe it from the bottom of his heart, a part of that person. Who else could evolve the dragon race's martial techniques to such perfection? Just that move the black-robed person exhibited earlier. It did not just require unparalleled talent. It even needed the ACCU mulation of time. With this, that black-robed person was really extremely likely to be the strongest person 50,000 years ago. Long-tongue, patriarch. Who on earth is that black-robed person? Is he really so formidable? Ao Jianbo could not refrain from asking. This sort of secret, only Ao Duo, this patriarch, know. These people, even had Elder Long Zaiqian, was also unaware. Seeing Ao Duo's expression, Ao Qian said with a faint smile, "Actually, you already believe it in your heart, right? In these 50,000 years, to be able to cultivate all of the dragon race's martial techniques to the limits. Apart from Lord Longtongue, who else can there be?" Longtongue? Longtongue, the old ancestor, Longtongue, known as the Dragon Clan's number genius in these 100,000 years. Isn't he the Dragon Clan's traitor? Long Zaijian felt that this name was very familiar first, but suddenly came to a realization and thought of Longtongue's name. Traitor? Ao Xinghan, that D-A-M-N thing is really shameless enough. Forget it. You just take this old man to be a traitor then. But the T-I-Tli of number one genius in these 100,000 years, this old man doesn't deserve it. Longtongue said coolly. After so many years, Longtongue had long gotten over it already. Ao Xinghang already died for who knows how many years. The Dragon Clan's patriarch had also changed quite a few batches already. He could not raise his spirits to haggle over it with these juniors. Elder Tongue, apart from you, who else is worthy of this T-I-Tli? Ao Qian even thought that Longtongue was being modest. But Longtongue said smilingly, before meeting Yi Yuan, this old man was really worthy of this T-I-Tli. But now, this T-I-Tli naturally has to return back to your master. Longtongue's words startled everybody, including Ao Qian. Everyone's gazes all turned towards Yi Yuan in wonder. Longtongue's T-I-Tli of number one genius in 100,000 years being able to circulate until today, it was sufficient to indicate how great his talent was. But he actually yielded this T-I-Tli to Yi Yuan totally willingly. But Yi Yuan was just a human. Lord Longtongue. Yi Yuan, he is just a human, Ao Jianbo said. Longtongue said disdainfully, "So, what if he is a human?" Yi Yuan isn't just the number one genius in 100,000 years. Saying that he's the Dragon Clan's number genius in 1,000,000 years isn't overboard at all. Everyone was confused and suddenly felt that Longtongue was a complete lunatic, simply impervious to reason. Elder Tongue, isn't it a little too much? Although Yi Yuan is my master, to say that he's the Dragon Clan's number genius in 1,000,000 years, it's too exaggerated, right? Ao Qian could not carry on listening anymore as well. although Ao Qian and Long Zaijian and the rest did not refute owing to Long Teng's prestige. Disbelief was written all over their faces. Even though Ao Qian served Yi Yuan as master, he did not eradicate his own thoughts. He admitted that Yi Yuan was formidable, but to say that he was the Dragon Clan's #1 genius in a million years, this was too ridiculous. Such Tli was not what anybody could bear. Ha! This old man was somebody who should have died long ago. Why would I shoot my mouth off in front of you all, these juniors? Do you all think that the sacred dragon token will anyhow acknowledge a master like you fools? Do you all think that a problem really occurred with the White Tiger Clan's Blood Soul Stone? Long Teng's words did not spare others' feelings in the slightest and were full of ridicule. How could these guys not perceive Yi Yuan's extraordinariness? It was just that they were unwilling to admit it from the bottom of their hearts. But Ji Qingyan, he is a human after all. What connections does he have with my Azure Dragon Clan? Ao Duo finally could not resist refuting. He perceived that Long Teng was rectifying Ji Qingyun's name. Long Teng was driven out of the Dragon Clan back then with the reputation of a traitor. 50,000 years had Pa S. said he brought Ji Qingyun to stage a comeback. His goal was already self-evident. What was Nabal was that Ji Qingyun actually had the sacred dragon token in his possession. According to the ancestral teachings, the owner of the sacred dragon token was the lord of the Dragon Clan. Then this patriarch, was awkward. Yi Yuan grasped the sacred dragon token and brought Long Teng and Ao Qian, these two seniors with seniority that frightened people to death, back to the clan. This was simply dreadful. His only excuse now was that Ji Qingyun was a human. How could a human possibly become the Dragon Clan's patriarch? Long Teng said smilingly, "Actually, when the sacred dragon token acknowledged Yi Yuan as master, I was as surprised as you are. All the way until he entered the White Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits and saw the White Tiger's sacred ancestor's spirit, did this old man know why the sacred dragon token would choose him? Because he is of the atavism dragon soul. Atavism dragon soul?" The moment these three words came out, the other few people's heads all rumbled, virtually going to explode. Atavism dragon soul, that was a legendary existence capable of reaching the ancestral dragon's height. How could a human possibly possess an atavism dragon soul? Elder Teng, this mustn't be joked about. Ao Qian opened his eyes wide and said in incredulity. Long Teng said coolly, "Joked about? I only met Yi Yuan for a dozen over years. If not for the atavism dragon soul, how can his dragon wave possibly train to late-stage spirit rank? If he's not of the atavism dragon soul, on what basis would the sacred dragon token acknowledges him as its master?" The four people's minds fell into a sluggish state and did not come back to their senses for a long time. The news that Long Teng brought gave them immense psychological impact. Atavism dragon soul was an existence even more terrifying than the perfect white tiger physique. It only existed in the legends. For a million years, it had never been heard of that anyone in the Dragon Clan possessed an atavism dragon soul. Therefore, there was completely no way of identifying it too. But hearing Long Teng say so, it seemed like apart from the atavism dragon soul, there was no other explanation at all. If you don't believe, it's also very simple to verify my words. As long as you let Yi Yuan enter the Dragon Clan's land of ancestral spirits, the outcome will be clear. Long Teng said coolly. Chapter 10:21. Ao Yong. Chapter 10:21. Ao Yong, seeing Long Teng so certain, Ao Duo's expression became incomparably ugly. Entering the land of ancestral spirits, one would have to face the Tomb Guardian's authentication. If there wasn't absolute confidence, It was equivalent to going in and seek death. Long Tongue daring to say so, he was naturally fully confident in Yi Yuan. In that case, Ao Duo became hesitant. Once Yi Yuan obtained the Tomb Guardian's recognition, it would be equivalent to confirming his ident. 1. Tai as the Lord of the Dragon Clan. At that point, there would not be leeway to turn things around. Yi Yuan had been silently standing by the side, all along, and did not make a sound. Long Tongue wanted to borrow his momentum to give vent to resentment. He naturally would not go and dampen his spirits. But he also perceived that Long Tongue really had the intention of letting him enter the Dragon Clan and replace Ao Duo. As for the reason, Yi Yuan more or less could also guess some of it. Venting grievances was just one aspect. It could even be said to just be done conveniently. Long Tongue's true intention was that he wanted him to borrow the Dragon Clan's power to take revenge. The Battle of the White Tiger. Long Tongue had clearly also sensed Ji Kanglin and the present Medicine King Hall's might. He felt that it was difficult for Yi Yuan to prop up a tottering building alone. That was why he would think of using such a method to help Yi Yuan. Humph. So, what even if Yi Yuan has the Sacred Dragon token? So what if Atavism Dragon Soul? In the end, he's just a human. Long Tongue, you're merely a dragon race traitor. Now, you brought a human to the Dragon Clan to force an abdication. Don't you find it laughable? Just as Ao Duo was between a rock and a hard place, Ao Jianba came forward. He stuck firmly to Yi Yuan's human ident. 1. Tai and also spoke sarcastically of Long Tongue's traitor's ident. 1 Tai. One had to admit that it was an incisive counterattack. It was just that the moment those words came out, the atmosphere became somewhat strange. Yi Yuan's face also fell slightly, and he said coldly, "Is that so? Originally, this Yi really wasn't interested in this Lord of the Dragon Clan. But just based on this sentence of yours, I got to charge into this land of ancestral spirits. Whether this Yi has the qualifications to be this Dragon Clan's lord, it doesn't count if you say it. It also doesn't count if I say it. If the Tomb Guardian says it, it should count, right?" Yi Yuan's words made Ao Jianba Trio's expressions become even uglier. Yi Yuan was really not interested in being the lord of the Dragon Clan, but he absolutely did not allow for anyone to vilify Long Tongue. Just based on Yi Yuan's understanding of Long Tongue, there was no way he was the Dragon Clan's traitor. Furthermore, after such a long time, Yi Yuan more or less also perceived a little something. The matters back then, Long Tongue was likely schemed against by someone. Hence, that was why he had always taken it to heart. Now, Ao Jianba using this to attack Long Tongue, Yi Yuan got to have a spine. Although he did not know why, Yi Yuan could confirm that there should exist some sort of relations. H.I. plus P between him and the Dragon Clan. White Light's perfect white tiger physique was able to be regarded so highly by the Tomb Guardian, his atavism dragon soul was even more superior to his. Yi Yuan did not believe that the Tomb Guardian would turn his nose up at him. Ji Qingyun, don't go too far in bullying others. Ao Jianba said, threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "What a joke! You guys don't even want your ancestor anymore, and still say that I'm bullying too much? If you all don't believe that this Yi can obtain the Tomb Guardian's recognition, you probably wouldn't be so nervous either. Since you're nervous, presumably, you already believe 80% if your hearts, right?" Ao Jianba could not get angry anymore. He could only snort coldly and not dare to retort. The evidence was certain. It was not up to them to not believe. The various strange things that happened to Yi Yuan, it was also only the atavism dragon soul that could explain them. Furthermore, with the sacred dragon token in his hands, Ao Duo completely could not find reasons to refute. Being from the human race, This reason was already unable to stop the footsteps of Yi Yuan becoming the lord of the Dragon Clan. Long Tongue was felt incomparably liberated in his heart when he saw that Ao duo trio all saying nothing. Ha! Back then, if not for this old man, where would there be your several tens of thousands of years of glory? Traitor, Ao Xinghan is really shameless enough. Long Tongue said with a cold smile. Ao Qian's expression changed, and he said, Elder Tongue, just what in the world happened back then? Even though I've always firmly believed that you won't betray the Dragon Clan, but you ultimately still didn't come back. Long Tongue waved his hand and said, It's all some old millet and stale sesame stuff already. What's the use of saying it? One means stale topics of conversation. Yi Yuan actually did not have the slightest intention of defending himself. Yi Yuan also unwittingly sighed when he took it into his sights. Long Tongue could have such magnanimous breadth of mind. How could he possibly betray the Dragon Clan? Others did not know, but Yi Yuan knew that he was together with Feng Tian at that time. With Feng Tian's strength, returning to the Dragon Clan to take revenge with Long Tongue, absolutely no one could stop it. But he did not. Sigh. Right then, a long sigh echoed out, shattering this somewhat deadlocked situation. A figure slowly appeared. It was an old man whose hair and beard were all white. When Ao Duo and the rest saw him, their faces all changed, and they bowed down to salute and say, Old Ancestor. Old Ancestor waved his hand and said, Lord Long Tongue is here. Aren't you all shortening my lifespan by calling me Old Ancestor? Unfilial descendant. Ao Yong pays respect to Lord Long Tongue. Old Ancestor Ao Qian. Long Tongue seemed to have long known about Ao Yong's existence and did not feel surprised by his appearance. He just said nonchalantly, You're also an old fellow who's almost halfway into the earth. No need to pay such solemn respects. Although he said so, Long Tongue still accepted this bow without misgivings. Ao Yong finished saluting and actually gave another deep bow towards Yi Yuan and said, Ao Yong pays respect to the Azure Dragon Clan's new lord. When Ao Duo and the rest saw this scene, their expressions all changed greatly as they hurriedly said, Old Ancestor, shut up. Yi Yuan bringing the sacred dragon token back to the clan. He's the common lord of the dragon race. Ao Duo, why haven't you paid respects to the new lord? Also, you guys, Ao Yong directly interrupted Ao Duo's words and said sternly. Ao Duo's expression changed several times. He did not understand why Old Ancestor would have this kind of attitude towards several guys with unclear backgrounds. It was just that Old Ancestor's words. He did not dare to defy. He could only step forward and give a bow towards Yi Yuan unwillingly. Ao Duo has seen the new lord, Ao Jianbo, and the rest did not dare to defy either, and also went forward to salute. Yi Yuan was rather baffled. Why did the tone change so quickly? Ao Duo couldn't bear to part with this position of patriarch. That's why he would create all sorts of obstacles for the new lord. Ao Yong apologizes to you on their behalf. As he said, he bowed down towards Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan helped him up, and said, Senior doesn't have to be like this. Yi Yuan has a score in my heart. It's just that they shouldn't have attacked Senior Long Tongue. Hearing Yi Yuan mention Long Tongue, Ao Yong sighed again, and said, This secret has been hidden in the Dragon Clan for 50,000 years. Now, it should also be brought into daylight. Lord Long Tongue, the matters back then, Patriarch Xinghan was also endlessly ashamed and guilty later on. Looking on the account that everybody is of the same clan, will you forgive him? But Long Tongue said with a smile that was not a smile, At least the Ao family has a reasonable person. It's just that, why would this old man try to gain back face with a dead man? If this old man is really a traitor, even if I wipe out the Dragon Clan back then, it was also not unattainable. Don't think that this old man is bragging. This old man's strength back then is totally not what you all can imagine. Long Tongue's words made everyone endlessly terrified. At present, he was just an artifact spirit, and he still had such a terrifying strength. Back then, when he was at his prime, the degree of terror could be imagined. It was just that they did not know Long Tongue met Fang Tian later on. That was when he was truly terrifying. Chapter 10:22, The History 50,000 Years Ago. Chapter 10:22, The History 50,000 Years Ago. Senior Long Tongue, actually, this junior has always been curious about your old scores back then. Can you tell me about it? Yi Yuan suddenly asked curiously. Hearing Yi Yuan inquire like so, the others also perked their ears up, especially Ao Qian. The person he respected the most back then was Long Tongue. But later on, Long Tongue was driven out of the Dragon Clan because of the crime of betraying one's clan. This made him unable to accept it at all for some time. Long Tongue gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "You brat, I know that you want to write my name for me. It's just that so much time has passed." Said, "What's the point of this undeserved reputation? The characters at that time have all already turned into withered bones in a graveyard. I only have empty words. Saying it out, they might not believe it either." It was true that Yi Yuan was curious, but he was not curious for 1 or 2 days already. For so many years, Yi Yuan never opened his mouth to ask before all along. Inquiring in front of everybody at this time, it was naturally in order to rectify his name for him. Ao Yong hurriedly said, "Lord Longtongue, although Ao Yong doesn't know what happened, I know that Patriarch Ao Xinghan frequently reproached himself in his twilight years, saying who he let down the most in this life was Lord Longtongue. Ao Yong also heard Father mention it by chance, and came to know this matter. At present, there is only Ao Yong alone already. Yeah, Elder Tongue, when you were commanding the wind and clouds back then, I was still just a junior and did not have the authority to speak at all. But I believe that you definitely wouldn't betray the clan. Actually, it was also because of this matter that I was always on bad terms with the Patriarch back then before finally leaving the Dragon Clan." Ao Qian said. Long Tongue waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since Yi Yuan wants to know, this old man will say it for you to hear. As for the rest, up to you to believe it or not." Following that, Long Tongue talked tirelessly about this secret buried for 50,000 years in his heart. Back then, Long Tongue was not just the Dragon Clan's number genius, he was also the Dragon Clan's number 2 powerhouse. His strength was practically on the same level as the old Patriarch. But he was much younger compared to the old Patriarch. Given time, he would definitely become an existence like the old Patriarch. At that time, the old Patriarch was not Ao Xinghan yet, but it had also reached the time to pass the position. Long Tongue was the number 1 expert among the clan's junior generation. His support was naturally the highest, while the second successor, Ao Xinghan, regardless of whether in strength or prestige, it was way too lacking compared to him. At that time, the Dragon Clan had 7 void mystic powerhouses. Their limelight in the entire divine realm also had no comparison and was fully deserving of being the number 1 major faction. But at that time, the human race also had a faction with exceedingly formidable strength called Bloodji. D Temple. This Bloodji, D Temple's strength was much more formidable when compared to even the Azure Dragon Clan. The Azure Dragon Clan allied with the 4 Symbols family clans at that time before fighting to a draw with the Bloodji, D Temple. The Bloodji, D Temple's strength was exceedingly powerful, and their ambition also swelled excessively. They even wanted to unify the entire divine realm. and their greatest adversary was without a doubt the Azure Dragon clan. These two great factions clashed with each other. Large-scale wars frequently occurred. Long Tongue, as the number one successor in line at that time, also achieved brilliant accomplishments in where the Blood G.O.D. Temple Divine King powerhouses that he slew numbered in the hundreds, all the way until one time Long Tongue obtained an intel. The Blood G.O.D. Temple ambushed the Vermilion Bird Clan and caused the Vermilion Bird Clan to suffer heavy casualties. Long Tongue had just completed a mission back then and was currently on the way back to the Dragon Clan. After obtaining this news, he did not say a word and immediately rushed towards the Vermilion Bird Clan without stopping. Who knew that, with this, he actually fell into the encirclement of 5 Blood G.O.D. Temple Void mystic powerhouses. Only then did Long Tongue swiftly came to realize the truth. Turned out that this was just a trap, and the one who said this intel to him was precisely Ao Xinghan, facing the besieging of 5 Void mystic experts. Even if Long Tongue had the ability to mount the heavens, it was also hard to escape death. That battle, Long Tongue fought until everything turned dark, 1 versus 5. Finally, after slaying 2 of the other party's Void mystic experts, Long Tongue finally could not hold on anymore. But even he also did not think that, at the final moment, he was actually saved by Fang Tian. Although Long Tongue did not die, after that battle, he used 10 years' time before healing all of his wounds. Later on, he returned to the clan, but discovered that he had already become a traitor, while Ao Xinghan already became the new patriarch. Hearing this story, everyone all sobbed and sighed unceasingly. Long Tongue fought till the end for the Dragon Clan and nearly died. In the end, he was actually vilified as a traitor. How great of a humiliation was this? After Ao Qian heard, he could not help saying slowly, turns out that there was actually such a thing in between this. I remember the matters on that day. Patriarch Xinghan said that he obtained the news Lord Long Tongue sent over, saying that the Vermilion Bird Clan was ambushed and losses were heavy. Hence, he led numerous of the Dragon Clan's experts to launch an attack. In the end, he also fell into the Blood G.O.D. Temple's encirclement, suffering a heavy toll of lives. Later, Elder Tung also went missing without a trace. Hence, the reputation of the Dragon Clan's traitor became certain, and he was ousted from the Dragon Clan. Ao Qian was just a junior back then and could not come into contact with these upper echelon matters at all, and his version was entirely different from Long Tongue's. That meant that somebody was definitely lying between the two people. Then what the H.E.L.L. happened? Long Zaiqian also could not resist asking. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort when he heard and said, "Isn't this obvious yet?" That Ao Xinghan knew that it was a huge setup in the first place, but this was an excellent opportunity that only happened once in 1,000 years to him. Because Senior Long Tongue became a traitor, he could succeed the position of patriarch right and properly. Therefore, he was clearly aware that this was a trap, but still transmitted the news to Senior Long Tongue. Then, he said that this intel was brought back by Senior Long Tongue and also brought the Dragon Clan's experts, and intentionally got caught in the Blood G.O.D. Temple's encirclement. This way, Senior Long Tongue's name of being a traitor became set in stone. It's just that he probably never imagined that this setup was in order to deal with Senior Long Tongue in the first place. Fighting 5 alone, Senior Long Tongue never came back again. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ao Duo's expression changed, and he said coldly, "That is impossible." Old Ancestor Xinghan was the blessed patriarch in these 50,000 years. He let the Dragon Clan crush the Blood G.O.D. Temple and his accomplishments said ancient and modern times. You all are throwing dirty water on him. The blood Ji. Oh, D Temple's ambition was ended at precisely Ao Xinghan's hands. Therefore, his prestige was also the greatest among the successive patriarchs. All the way until today, his magnificent exploits and great feats were still talked about with great gusto among the Dragon Clan's experts. And the Dragon Clan's flurries, H.I. plus Ing age 10,000 years later, could also be said to have been founded by him single-handedly. Now, Yi Yuan actually said that Ao Xinghan was the Dragon Clan's traitor. Ao Duo could not accept it no matter what. But Yi Yuan burst into laughter when he heard and said with a disdainful look, Ao Xinghan? He ended the blood Ji. Oh, D Temple's ambition? Bulls. H.I. plus T. As he said, Yi Yuan propped up a small pag, dough in his hand, and said mockingly, Do you all know the origins of this quasi-divine artifact, and know why Senior Longtongue would become this quasi-divine artifact spirit too? A bunch of fools who think of themselves to be infallible, if not for Senior Fang Tian and Senior Longtongue. This divine realm would have long become the fiend race's world. Would it still be your turn to criticize Senior Longtongue? Now that it came to this, Yi Yuan sorted out the matters that happened 50,000 years ago clearly too. That blood Ji, D Temple's master, was definitely the heavenly fiend Ji. D that Longtongue talked about. The one who truly saved the divine realm was not Ao Xinghan. It was Fang Tian and Longtongue. Chapter 1023. Essence, Energy, Spirit. Chapter 1023. Essence, Energy, Spirit, Fiend Race. Ao Yong's brows furrowed slightly, clearly rather surprised by this term's sudden appearance. Not just Ao Yong, it was also Ao Qian's first time hearing that the blood Ji, D Temple actually had connections to the fiend race. Senior Longtongue, I wonder if my guess is right? If my conjecture is correct, then the master of that blood Ji, D Temple should be the heavenly fiend Ji. D whom you speak of, right? Yi Yuan said. Regarding Yi Yuan's intelligence, Longtongue had a taste of it long ago. He nodded his head at once and said, That's right. What on earth are you all talking about? What fiend race? Ao Qian could not resist asking. Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, recounting the incident of 50,000 years ago, when the heavenly fiend Ji, D was controlling the blood Ji, D Temple from behind, planning to devour the entire divine realm. When the few people heard such a secret, they were all shocked until they could not speak. The upheaval of 50,000 years ago, the divine realm's upper echelons were basically all aware. But Body knew that the unrest that time was actually related to the fiend race. Furthermore, according to what Yi Yuan said, that heavenly fiend Ji, D's strength was very terrifying. Void mystic experts would crumble in one blow in front of him too. If not for Fang Tian, who came roaring into being, this divine realm would have long become the fiend race's world. But 50,000 years had said, this world did not leave behind Fang Tian's name at all. Hearing this story, the feeling that it gave them was telling a story. Then, according to what you said, Longtongue's strength should be much stronger than Patriarch Xinghan. Since he knew that Patriarch Xinghan betrayed him, why didn't he come back to take revenge? Ao Duo said. Longtongue darted him a nonchalant glance, but did not explain. However, Ao Qian looked at him like looking at an idiot and berated, Are you pig-headed? Elder Longtongue definitely came back before and met Patriarch Xinghan. At that time, the Dragon Clan was one of the divine realm's strongest factions. Elder Tung took into consideration the situation as a whole. That's why he didn't make a move against Patriarch Xinghan. Later on, he and Senior Fang Tian had a great battle with the heavenly fiend Ji, D, with both sides being mutually weakened. It was even more impossible to return to the dragon clan. If you doubt Elder Ting anymore, you'd really be a pig. Didn't you see his strength? If Elder Tung had a physical body, how many of his moves do you think you can block? Ao Duo's expression was incomparably ugly, but Ao Qian's words he really had no way of refuting. That simple exchange earlier, Long Teng's strength was simply unfathomable. His understanding of the dragon race's martial techniques was too terrifying. Now that the story has played out like this, I wonder if you all are still acknowledging me as the Lord of the Dragon Clan? Yi Yuan suddenly asked in a solemn voice. Ao Duo's expression changed, and he opened his mouth, but did not speak. It already reached this point. It was all useless no matter what he said. Even old ancestor Ao Yong was standing on the other party's side. Yi Yuan, this Dragon Clan lord, was incontestable. Ao Yong said, "That's of course. The sacred dragon token acknowledging you as master. You're the lord of the Dragon Clan. This is the rules set by the ancestors. No one can change it. Dissenters are expelled from the Dragon Clan." The moment these words came out, Ao Duo's heart twitched fiercely and knew that him, this patriarch, had come to an end. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Since that's the case, then I have 3 matters to instruct." Ao Yong bowed and said, "Dragon Lord, pray tell." Yi Yuan said, "First, Senior Long Tongue returns to the ancestral shrine anew and is written into the family tree. Second, you all can forget about the sacred dragon token, unless my great enmity is avenged. Third, O Duo, you still be your patriarch, and body is vying with you." Ao Duo froze and could not help looking at Yi Yuan oddly, his gaze filled with a complicated expression. "Is this true?" Ao Duo looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief and said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since you all know my past life, 1. Tai, you should know a little about my personality, your position of patriarch. I'm not interested. Furthermore, I won't stay for long in the Dragon Clan. You can rest assured and be your patriarch. However, if there's any more offense, don't blame me for not being courteous." Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's expression darkened, and his words leaked a majesty that allowed no doubt. He was uninterested in authority and power, but it did not mean that anybody could affront him. When there was a need, he would naturally bring out the ident. 1. Tai of the Dragon Clan Lord. Yi Yuan's words made everyone incredibly shocked. The patriarch of the Azure Dragon Clan. That was a position that was scalding hot to the touch in the entire divine realm. Yi Yuan actually rejected it flat out. Ao Duo and the rest were dazed a while before coming back to their senses now. This one before their eyes was not some brat still wet behind his ears, but that unrivaled alchemy emperor who did not care about what went on in the outside world in his past life. Ji Qingyun's infatuation and heart that leaned towards Tao. The people in the divine realm all knew about it. If not for the sudden great change, there probably would not be this Yi Yuan in front of them emerging either, right? Although his appearance changed, Ji Qingyun was still that Ji Qingyun. Towards authority and power, this sort of thing, he really did not have too great of an interest. Ao Duo froze there, uncertain how he should respond. It was still Ao Yong who came back to his senses first and said, "Many thanks for Dragon Lord's generosity. The matters that Dragon Lord instructed, Ao Duo will definitely settle them." Yi Yuan nodded his head, but said to Long Tongue, "Senior Long Tongue, you said that when my bloodline rises to king rank, you'll tell me the secrets of mystic Qi. I wonder if you can tell me now?" Long Tongue did not know Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tie back then. Hence, that was why he entered this agreement. It was just that he never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan was actually of the atavism dragon soul. Even without this agreement, some of the Dragon Clan's secrets, he could also inform Yi Yuan already. Longtung nodded his head right away and said, "You follow me." Inside an extremely hidden palace underground the Dragon Clan, Yi Yuan looked at the divine inscriptions on the palace walls, endlessly shocked. Divine inscriptions were written by deity realm powerhouses with the powers of law and are incomparably profound. This piece of divine inscription is the dragon race's deity realm cultivation method. But ever since after divine Tao disappeared, and body was able to understand the mysteries anymore. Inside Longtung's words also revealed thick regret. Although the Dragon Clan was still domineering after that great battle 50,000 years ago, the Dragon Clan situation still went from bad to worse. By now, their strength was already far, far weaker, and the powers of law on the divine inscriptions, no one was able to comprehend them at all. Then what's Mystic Qi? Mystic Qi was what Yi Yuan heard inside Xielingzi's grotto, but it was also just superficial knowledge. But this Mystic Qi seemed to be of utmost importance to achieving deity realm. Longtung sighed and said, "Mystic Qi flooding the body, deity realm is naturally achieved." These were the words that the Dragon Clan Pa-S said down all along. But when I accompanied Fang Tian to traverse everywhere in the divine realm and lower realms back then, I also didn't find any so-called Mystic Qi. Yi Yuan's expression became austere, and he said, "The spirit of the white tiger said that the divine realm lost a portion of its powers of law. Could it be that what's missing is the most crucial Mystic Qi?" Longtung nodded and said, "It should be so. Although I don't know the secret of becoming a deity, this old man knows that wanting to break through to deity realm, essence, energy, and spirit, not one can be missing. Apart from this, there is still something of vital importance. That is, heart realm." When Yi Yuan heard that, his eyes involuntarily lit up. The so-called essence, energy, and spirit corresponded to the fleshy body, essence, energy, and divine soul, respectively. This path, he had already all stepped into Tier 9 presently, Sup 1/Sup. As for heart realm, he was even unrivaled in the divine realm. Heaven-man unity, barely anyone in the entire divine realm reached it. "Senior, just what function does this heart realm have?" Yi Yuan said curiously. Chapter 10:24, Eternal Medicine Garden. Chapter 10:24, Eternal Medicine Garden. Heart realm can be said to be the bond linking the form of essence, energy, and spirit, the three types of energy, heart realm falling short. When salting deity realm, the three kinds of energy will be unable to reach an equilibrium state. The success rate of breaking through to deity realm will also be reduced drastically. To the majority of martial artists, they are ultimately still stuck on the checkpoint of heart realm. Longtung said. When Yi Yuan heard that, he finally had a direct understanding regarding how to salt the deity realm. "Oh, right, you said that Senior Fang Tian had once reached half-deity realm before. What kind of realm is that?" Yi Yuan said curiously. Longtung smiled bitterly and said, "Fang Tian was the same as you, cultivating the 9 characters true word formula at one point, and his heart realm likewise reached the degree of heaven-man unity. He once fused essence, energy, and spirit, and salting the deity realm. It's just a shame that without Mystic Qi flooding the body, Emperor Qi is unable to transform to become divine essence. He ultimately still failed. One can say that he only lacked Mystic Qi between him and deity realm." Yi Yuan came to a realization. He understood Longtung's meaning. Fang Tian actually succeeded in the fusion and reached a miraculous state between Tao Profound and deity realm. As long as there was Mystic Qi flooding the body, he would be able to break through to deity realm. It was too bad that in this world, one totally could not find Mystic Qi anymore. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Looks like if I can't find Mystic Qi, wanting to break through to deity realm is something impossible. Longting also said emotionally, precisely so. Inside the vast heaven pag, oh, duh, for divine king powerhouses appeared somewhat agitated. Even an old undying, like A.O. Chen, also had a look of antic. 1 P. Asian. Now, he already knew just how formidable Yi Yuan was in alchemy, an existence standing at the pinnacle of the entire divine realm's alchemy path. If not for divine Tao dwindling to zero, alchemy G. Oh, D, this name would absolutely belong to Yi Yuan. You all don't have to be so excited. High-grade Tier 9 spirit medicines are not that easy to find. At present, the one who is truly able to benefit is also just Shuangzhou. I've already let the Dragon Clan prepare the required spirit medicines for the 9-truth pill. Presumably, it can be refined today. As for the 3 of you, your medicinal pills, Wu Luo and Jiang Taitsong's pure source infusion divine pill is still all right, but A.O. Qian has been suppressed in the White Tiger dungeon for too long, and his foundation is pretty much damaged to the limit already. It's extremely hard to restore. Yi Yuan said. The moment these words came out, Wan Shuangzhou's expression was agitated until it almost flushed crimson. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually did not take to heart his prior transgressions and helped him to refine medicinal pills. Reaching their boundary, ordinary medicinal pills basically all did not have much use anymore. Only high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills would be of assistance to them. And in the entire divine realm, how many could refine high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills? Therefore, after reaching the divine king realm, it was basically all relying on oneself to cultivate already. It was only the super holy lands, that sort of existences, that had the qualifications and extravagance to use high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills. Itinerant cultivators like Wan Shuangzhou, if their talent was not exceptionally terrifying, they had pretty much reached an end too. But this 9-truth pill's name, Wan Shuangzhou had heard before. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually had the 9-truth pills pill formula. Furthermore, he could refine it at merely first-level Tao profound. Why, young master, my Wan Shuangzhou's old life will be sold to you from now onwards. In the future, Shuangzhou will definitely do my best to repay you, even at the expense of my own life. Wan Shuangzhou said agitatedly. He was already at the peak of ordinary divine king now. With the 9-truth pill, he had full assurance in being able to break through to the ranks of first-rate divine king. Yi Yuan said, although the time you follow me isn't long, this period of time, it was also at the risk of your own life and helped me greatly. As long as you all put your heart and soul into working for me, I naturally won't treat you shabbily. Wu Luo and Jiang Taitsong also said agitatedly, many thanks, Your Excellency. Only A.O. Qian had a bitter look as he said, Your Excellency, then what about me? One's own matters. One was aware of it. Actually, even though A.O. Qian thought of leaving the White Tiger dungeon, he completely had not thought about being able to recover at all. He was suppressed for as long as 20,000 years. His Tao foundation had basically already completely collapsed. If not for him consuming the crane essence, and his vitality was exuberant, he would have long croaked in the White Tiger dungeon. To be able to come out, he already expressed thanks to heaven and earth. But he completely never thought that Yi Yuan, this master, actually gave him hope anew. A.O. Qian was shrewd with age and knew that Yi Yuan was not too definitive in what he said. Then it meant that there was hope. Indeed, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, counting the days, the Eternal Medicine Garden should be opening up soon, right? When the few people heard the name Eternal Medicine Garden, their expressions became fearful. Clearly, they were very apprehensive of this place. Your Excellency, you want to go to the Eternal Medicine Garden to find spirit medicines for us. Jiang Taitsong's expression became an unprecedented solemnness. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The two of your situations are similar. Spirit medicines to refine the pure source infusion. Divine pills shouldn't be hard to find inside the Eternal Medicine Garden. As for whether or not the spirit medicines that A.O. Qian's unreal enlightenment divine pill requires can be found, it will need to depend on luck. A.O. Qian is a void mystic expert, and already Serpa S. said the scope of Tier 9. The spirit medicines required are also not very easy to find." The three people exchanged glances and suddenly gave a solemn bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "Your Excellency is actually willing to take the risk for us. We're willing to follow Your Excellency to the death." The three people's faces all revealed touched expressions. Clearly, they did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually do things to such an extent for his servants. Divine Realm had 3 great perilous lands and 1 great desolate land. The 3 great perilous lands were respectively Skywave Marsh, Void Ji, O.D. Temple, as well as the Eternal Medicine Garden, while the 1 great desolate land was the G.O.'s Fall Mountain Range. The Eternal Medicine Garden opened once every 500 years, with countless spirit medicines inside. It was the place that martial artists and alchemists yearned for even in their dreams. This place had countless treasures, but also had countless dangers. Inside not only had countless restrictions, array formations, there were also many spirit medicines that became spirits, as well as desolate beasts that even the divine realm did not have, extremely difficult to deal with. Each time the Eternal Medicine Garden opened, there were innumerable experts going after it like a flock of ducks. But every time, there were large batches of Tao Profound Realm experts who die inside. Of course, there were also people who obtained heaven-defying spirit medicines in the Eternal Medicine Garden and soared to the heavens with 1 leap from there. Therefore, even though it was dangerous, every time it opened, there were still countless experts who attempted to enter inside. Yi Yuan was actually willing to enter the Eternal Medicine Garden for them. How could this not move A.O. Qian Trio? But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "You all are following me for as long as 1,000 years. I naturally won't treat you poorly. After the 9 Truth Pill is done refining, we'll head for Cloudmarsh City and wait for the Eternal Medicine Garden to open." Actually, even if it was not for the 3 of them, Yi Yuan inevitably had to make this trip too. Firstly, it was in order to train. The other reason was going to find several spirit medicines. In his past life, Yi Yuan's lifelong pursuit was the Alchemy G.O.D. realm. For this, he made use of his erudite alchemy Tao knowledge and self-created a pill formula. This pill formula could be said to have gathered the major achievements of what Yi Yuan learned. He expended 100 years altogether and experienced countless times of failure before barely completing the pill formula. It was just that he had yet to have time to officially refine the pill when Medicine King Hall's change occurred, making his 100 years be all for naught. Redoing it a second time in this life, Yi Yuan had to attempt it no matter what, and take a path that others had not walked before. He wanted to borrow the power of medicinal pills and break through to the Deity realm in one go. Chapter 1025, 9 Stars Imperial Heaven Art. Chapter 1025, 9 Stars Imperial Heaven Art. Whether or not this pill formula could succeed, Yi Yuan himself was not certain either. But in the era where divine Tao dwindled to 0, the martial artists all exhausted ways to break through the fetters of divine Tao. Yi Yuan, as a heaven's chosen of his generation, was naturally not willing to fall behind. This immemorial medicine garden opened once every 500 years. Yi Yuan, as a peak alchemy emperor, it was naturally impossible to miss it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was currently in urgent need of increasing his strength. the immemorial medicine garden, this kind of place, was just right for him. The Azure Dragon clan was well deserving of being one of the divine realm's strongest factions. The spirit medicines that Yi Yuan needed was prepared on the second day, after breaking through to Tao Profound Realm. Yi Yuan's soul force already reached middle stage alchemy emperor. Although refining high-grade tier 9 medicinal pills was somewhat taxing, it was also within the scope of his abilities. Yi Yuan did not have any taboos when refining pills. Ao Qian and the rest all observed by the side. Several of the dragon clan's upper echelons were also present. As for Xiao Ruyan and Run Dong, they naturally would not be absent. The two of them followed Yi Yuan and already broke through to alchemy venerable realm as well. Their alchemy path strength was already extremely formidable, currently making them establish their own school of thought. It absolutely would not be inferior to those alchemy emperors either. Yi Yuan firing up the furnace and refining pills, there naturally could not dispense with the two of them. Alchemy Dao, high-grade tier 9 is a watershed. High-grade tier 9 medicinal pills. Each one seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth and resonates with the great Tao. Without a deep understanding of the great Tao, it's impossible to refine successfully. Today, what Master is refining is the most elementary 9 truth pill among high-grade tier 9 medicinal pills. You guys learn from it well. Yi Yuan lectured Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong. Yes, Master. The two people immediately voiced their assent. Only after following Yi Yuan these few years did they truly discover the joys of alchemy Dao and immersed in it and were unable to extricate themselves. It was also precisely because so that their alchemy Dao's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. This persistence was quite similar to the previous life's Yi Yuan. This point also made Yi Yuan very relieved, especially Xiao Ruyan. She had long thrown that beautiful thought beyond the ninth heaven already. Currently, towards Yi Yuan, other than wars. I plus P, it was still wars. I plus P, bang. Yi Yuan lightly shook, directly shattering those spirit medicines to dust, shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. It was only to see Yi Yuan seemingly perform magic, condensing the shattered medicinal powder into an embryo. At the same time, Yi Yuan's other hand lit the dragon sovereign cauldron adeptly with one hand. Rumble! The medicinal embryo entered the cauldron, emitting a series of jubilant and dancing sounds. Along with Yi Yuan starting to refine, his refining technique was not incomparably sensational like in the past, but every action, every movement gave people a feeling of refres. Plussing the spirit. The current Yi Yuan gave people a sort of unreal feeling. He was clearly refining pills right here, but the feeling he gave people was so fleeting and ephemeral. Resonance with great Tao, as such formidable alchemy skills. Ao Qian cried out in shock. Void mystic experts' comprehension of the heavenly Tao was extremely keen. Each one of Yi Yuan's movements all worked in concert with the mysteries of Tao. Hence, that was why it would give people this sort of illusionary and real misconception. They all said that Master was an unrivaled alchemy emperor in his past life and only used several hundred years' time to reach the peak of alchemy Tao. I still didn't quite believe it in my heart. Looking at it now, his boundary in alchemy Tao is even further than what we've walked along the martial path. Wu Luo sighed with admiration. Jian Taitsong felt that way deeply too and said with a nod, the effort that the alchemy path requires to expend tends to be 10 times, even 100 times compared to the martial paths. For Master to be able to reach such a boundary in a short few hundred years, it's truly inconceivable, if not for unexpectedly Paris. Plussing, he might not be unable to rely on alchemy Tao to break apart the shackles. These three people were all figures standing at the peak of martial Tao. The geniuses that they had seen before were countless, but when they saw Yi Yuan's alchemy skills, they also had a feeling of being ashamed of their inadequacy. To be able to walk to this step along the alchemy path, Yi Yuan was truly an unparalleled genius. Just as everyone was sighing with admiration, the skies suddenly dimmed. Lifting their heads and looking over, they saw a sieve formation diagram appear in the sky. There were complex lines above the formation diagram, but the most conspicuous was still those 9 dim stars. Rumble! A ray of light suddenly shot out from inside the dragon's sovereign cauldron and charged straight for the clouds. Under everyone's astonished gazes, that first dim star was suddenly lit. Incomparably shocked expressions showed on Ao Qian's and the others' faces. This scene was too overwhelming. This is the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. My G.O.D. His Excellency actually mastered this alchemy skill. No wonder he dared to refine a high-grade, tier 9 medicinal pill when he had just entered Tao Profound. Ao Qian said with incredible shock. Jiang Taitsong and Wu Luo also had solemn looks as they said, "You're certain that this is the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art?" Ao Qian nodded and said, "Absolutely correct. Back then, this old man expended a tremendous price and found the alchemist A.S. Association's chairman in order to refine a medicinal pill. What that old fellow used at that time was the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. Back then, the exact same phenomenon also appeared above the sky as now. When the 9 stars on the formation diagram are lit up, the medicinal pill will be formed." Jiang Taitsong and Wu Luo were also old monster CLA.S figures and had great experiences. But the people able to master the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art were seriously too few. Therefore, they had only heard of it, but never saw before with their own eyes. Hearing Ao Qian's words, they were all endlessly shocked. Only at this time did they know how terrifying a master they followed. Ao Qian paused for a bit and continued saying, "But that old fellow spent a full 5,000 years' time to cultivate the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art, while Yi Yuan, counting in his previous life's years, it also won't surpa as 500 years old." This disparity, Ao Qian did not say finish, but the meaning in his words was already very obvious. Similar to peak alchemy emperors, Yi Yuan's potential was far greater compared to that generation's alchemist A.S. Association's chairman. Just as Ao Qian and the rest were in shock, the Dragon Clan already burst into an uproar. What's going on? It was still fine earlier. Why did the sky suddenly darken? The heavens dropping a phenomenon. Could it be that someone is transcending tribulation again? But looking at this appearance, it's not too alike. 9 stars formation diagram. What the H.E.L.L. is this? Those Dragon Clan's clan members. And, Body had seen before such a phenomenon at all, and was guessing ceaselessly one after another. Ao Lin looked at that 9 stars formation diagram above the firmament and said with a sigh, "This punk reincarnating, not only did his alchemy path strength not regress, it advanced even more." Ao Duo's expression flickered ceaselessly and said somberly, 9 stars formation diagram. 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. Dragon Lord's alchemy path strength is indeed daunting until it makes people feel frightened. Perhaps he can really carve out a path that the forefathers have never taken before. Who knows? Swaz. H. Plus another beam of light shot towards the sky and lit up the 9 stars formation diagram's 2nd star. Yi Yuan was currently fully immersed in the pill refinement and already completely could not sense the outside world's matters. But right then, an abnormal change suddenly occurred inside his sea of consciousness. Those divine inscriptions suddenly radiated with brilliant golden light and flew out of his sea of consciousness one by one and entered inside the dragon's sovereign cauldron through his soul force. Rumble! The dragon's sovereign cauldron gave off intense tremors. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly snapped open, his gaze revealing a dumbfounded look of amazement. Chapter 1026. What grade? Chapter 1026. What grade? What's going on here? Could it be that the refinement failed? Wan Shuangzhou looked at the dragon sovereign cauldron's transformation nervously. This medicinal pill was refined for him. If it were to be ruined, he would have no place to go and cry. The expressions of Ao Qian and the rest were likewise very ugly. It was clearly still smooth sailing earlier. Why would the situation suddenly change drastically? The dragon's sovereign cauldron's undulations became more and more intense. This sort of undulation was virtually identical with the forewarning of cauldron explosion. Not good. The cauldron is going to explode. Ao Qian's expression changed as he said. Xiao Ruyan and Rindong were already greatly alarmed when they saw the situation and yelled, "Master, quickly give up. The cauldron is going to explode." High-grade, tier 9 medicinal pills. Once the cauldron exploded, the power was unimaginable. It was virtually equivalent to a divine king's all-out attack. At a distance as close as Yi Yuan's, he would be seriously injured, if not dead. But Yi Yuan seemingly could not hear everyone's yells at all. The movements of his hands did not pause in the slightest. The dragon sovereign cauldron's undulations became more and more intense. Ao Qian's face fell, and he said, "No way. At this rate, Yi Yuan will be blown to death. You all move aside. I'll go save him." Done talking, Ao Qian arrived within the range of Yi Yuan's pill refinement in a panic. He did not pause in the slightest and directly extended his hand towards Yi Yuan and grabbed. But right at this time, a ray of golden light flashed out from inside the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Rumble! Ao Qian was directly blasted until he flew out far away, without the least bit of strength to resist. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly went over to help Ao Qian up. "Ao Qian, are you all right?" Wu Luo asked. Ao Qian did not speak. His gaze locked onto the direction Yi Yuan was at. His gaze filled with a look of shock. "Divine Dao aura. It's absolutely divine Dao aura. This is the undulation of divine Dao laws. How is this possible?" Ao Qian had a look of disbelief as he muttered. Hearing Ao Qian's murmurings, everyone's faces all revealed dumbfounded expressions. Refining tier 9 medicinal pills. How could the undulation of divine Dao laws possibly appear? Rumble! Right then, another ray of golden light shot toward the sky from inside the dragon's sovereign cauldron and headed straight for the 9 stars formation diagram. But this ray of golden light was several times more blinding compared to the 2 rays previously. For some time, the 9 stars formation diagram radiated with a brilliant splendor, dazzling until people could not open their eyes. But at this time, Yi Yuan had a look of intoxication. All of his body and mind was used to comprehend the divine inscriptions of the medicine Ji Od's soul canon. He also did not expect that this kind of abnormal change would actually occur when refining tier 9 medicinal pills after breaking through to Dao Profound. Yi Yuan knew that this was his alchemy Dao comprehensions arousing the divine inscriptions' resonance. That was why this kind of change would occur. Divine inscriptions were written with the power of laws. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao comprehensions already reached an exceedingly high realm. With every movement, it would produce a resonance with the great Dao, while the medicine Ji Od's soul canon was an alchemy Dao's arcane canon. What was written inside were all alchemy Dao laws. Therefore, Yi Yuan displaying the 9 stars imperial heaven art finally triggered the divine inscription's abnormal change. Yi Yuan carefully comprehended the divine Tao laws and actually had a feeling of achieving mastery through a comprehensive study of a subject. Although this sort of feeling could not be put into words, it was recorded inside his body bit by bit. It had tremendous benefits regarding Yi Yuan's path of alchemy Tao in the future. The dragon's sovereign cauldron did not blow up. It emitted rays of golden light. Instead, Yi Yuan actually gave people a sort of sacred feeling being situated inside these golden lights. Ao Qian, they all actually had an impulse to want to prostrate in wars. I plus P, rumble, rumble. Rays of golden light shot towards the sky. The stars on the 9 stars formation diagram were lighting up one by one. Originally, with Yi Yuan's present cultivation realm, completing the refinement this time and lighting up the 9 stars required a full 3 days. Now, this process was cut down by 3 times, and the refinement of the 9 stars imperial heaven art was more difficult the more it reached the back. Especially the 9th star, it was when problems occurred the easiest. But now, this process was completed incomparably smoothly. The final ray of golden light shot up towards the sky and directly converged into the 9th star on the formation diagram. All of a sudden, the entire formation diagram gave off a dazzling light, illuminating the originally dark skies like it was daytime. A glint flickered across Yi Yuan's eyes, and he cried out, "Formation diagram! Retract! Medicinal pill! Form!" It was as if the 9 stars formation diagram obtained a command and actually slowly landed in the direction of the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Rumble! Under Yi Yuan's manipulation, that gargantuan formation diagram shrunk until it was roughly the size of a square inch and directly entered inside the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Seeing this scene, the agitation inside Ruan Shuangzhou's heart was simply unable to be described with words. This was a medicinal pill refined with divine Tao laws. What kind of effect would it achieve? But he immediately became somewhat worried about personal gains and losses. This medicinal pill was so precious, so would Yi Yuan give him or not? Yi Yuan currently took in 4 divine king servants, and his strength was the weakest. If Yi Yuan did not give him, that was also something within reason. Go over and take a look. Jiang Taizong patted Ruan Shuangzhou's shoulder and said smilingly, "Don't come over, it hasn't ended yet." Yi Yuan suddenly gave a stern cry, frightening Ao Qian and the others who were just about to come over. Originally, the 9 stars formation diagram was already withdrawn, and the skies had cleared up. But at this time, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead in the skies again. A terrifying pressure descended upon the dragon clan once more. What the H-E-L-L, heavenly tribulation again. It wouldn't be a greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation one more time, right? Isn't this wanting our old lives? Seeing ghosts. Dragon Lord is too capable of inflicting suffering, refining a pill actually called down such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. There was a hubbub of clamoring in the dragon clan, each and everyone criticizing him endlessly. The other day, Yi Yuan had just summoned a terrifying greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation and nearly made the dragon clan suffer heavy casualties. It had only been a few days, and he summoned such a terrifying heavenly tribulation again by refining a medicinal pill. Crack, crack, rumble. In a twinkle, a bolt of lightning the thickness of a basin directly hurtled down from within the void, rumbling into the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Following that, bolt after bolt of lightning tribulation rumbled down, continuously lasting for as long as an hour. Seeing that terrifying heavenly tribulation did not affect bystanders, only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yi Yuan did not stay very far away. He knew that this was pill tribulation. It aimed for medicinal pills and did not target the person. To be able to trigger pill tribulation, not one was not a heaven-defying medicinal pill. His pill, refinement, this time actually triggered divine Tao laws. This 9-truth pill was probably not ordinary. Once his thoughts reached here, Yi Yuan also could not wait to open up the furnace and examine the pill. This level of high-grade tier 9 medicinal pill. It was Yi Yuan's first time refining it too. He naturally looked forward to it endlessly. As for the other people, especially Yuan Shuangzhou, that went even more without saying. Your Excellency, what grade will this 9-truth pill be? Yuan Shuangzhou asked very cautiously, like a little wifey that did not dare to speak. What he was most afraid of right now was Yi Yuan suddenly saying that this medicinal pill was not giving to him. How could Yi Yuan not know his thoughts? He smiled and said, "Relax, no matter what grade of medicinal pill it is, it's yours." Yuan Shuangzhou felt that the most wonderful words he heard in this lifetime were this sentence of Yi Yuan's just now. "Everybody back off a little. I'm going to open the furnace and inspect the pill." Everyone retreated several steps, but their eyes were staring fixedly at the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Clang! Yi Yuan slightly formed a seal and suddenly saw a ray of golden light flash past, shooting straight for the clouds. Chapter 1027, Arcane Insight Rank. Chapter 1027, Arcane Insight Rank. Wanna run? A hint of a faint smile flashed past the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and his figure suddenly vanished from sight. When he appeared again, he already grasped that ray of golden light in his hands. When he returned, a group of people immediately moved close in front of him with curious looks. "Your Excellency, this medicinal pill is truly magical to actually want to escape," Jiang Taitsong said with a curious baby appearance. "Master, just what grade is this 9-truth pill? Let us take a look." Xiao Ruyan said curiously. Even old monsters like Ao Qian also could not restrain their curiosity, all stretching their necks far out. Yi Yuan smiled and casually laid down several restrictions. This medicinal pill could forget about escaping. He slowly opened up his hand. For a moment, golden light shone resplendently. "Ouch, blinding my eyes." Jiang Taitsong howled. This guy was just a thief in the end, and also the most peculiar among the 4 people. But that glaring golden light really dazzled him. One actually can't smell any medicinal fragrance from this medicinal pill. Looks like the medicinal smell condenses and doesn't dissipate. It's just that there's no way to determine this grade at all. Seems like it's not transcendent grade. Ao Qian said doubtfully. The grade of medicinal pills tend to be able to be judged from appearances, as well as the energy undulations the medicinal pill emitted. But this 9-truth pill, before their eyes, one could not perceive its depths at all. But without a doubt, this medicinal pill's grade was exceedingly high. The medicinal effects were probably unimaginable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Have you all heard of arcane insight before?" When Ao Qian heard that, his entire body involuntarily trembled as he said in disbelief, "You're saying this 9-truth pill is actually the arcane insight rank of the legends?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Above transcendent grade is arcane insight." Ao Qian came to a realization and said, Yes, I should have thought of it long ago. This guy actually wanted to escape itself. What could it be if not arcane insight? Hey, old Ao, what's arcane insight?" Jiang Taitsong could scarcely wait by the side as he asked. The rank of arcane insight, ordinary people had not heard of it before, because in these recent 100,000 years, there had never been anyone capable of refining arcane insight rank medicinal pills yet. Ao Qian sucked in a deep breath and said, "Actually, above transcendent grade, medicinal pills have even higher grades That is the rank of arcane insight. It's just that in the wake of divine Tao dwindling to zero, there is already no one capable of refining arcane insight, rank medicinal pills. Jiang Taitsong was confused and asked, "This is just a tier 9 medicinal pill. What has it got to do with divine Tao?" Of course it's related, because medicinal pills of the arcane insight rank can only be refined by deity realm powerhouses. In other words, only deity realm powerhouses refining tier 9 and below medicinal pills would it reach the rank of arcane insight. Ao Qian looked at Yi Yuan with an expression like he saw a ghost, thinking inwardly that this guy was seriously too freakish. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air, being startled by Ao Qian's words. A medicinal pill that only deity realm powerhouses could refine was refined by an initial stage alchemy emperor? Then this medicinal pill, just what kind of medicinal effect does it have? Wan Shuangzhou swallowed his saliva and asked. Before this, Wan Shuangzhou had never imagined that he would have such a jittery day. He was currently filled with antic. 1. Asian towards this arcane insight, rank 9 truth pill. That's hard to say, but one thing is certain, the medicinal effects of arcane insight rank are much, much stronger compared to transcendent grade. Furthermore, it's said that arcane insight rank medicinal pills will tend to have unexpected additional effects. As for what this effect is, that's hard to say. Ao Qian said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Wouldn't you know if you just try?" Finished talking, he directly threw the medicinal pill to Wan Shuangzhou. The others looked at this scene with envious looks. This was an arcane insight, rank medicinal pill. Perhaps in these 100,000 years, this was the one and only one, the unique one in 100,000 years. Wan Shuangzhou himself also did not quite dare to believe that a meat pie falling from the sky, this sort of thing, actually smashed onto his head. Gulp. Wan Shuangzhou swallowed his saliva disappointingly, but kept delaying and did not swallow the medicinal pill. "Sai, eat it, you punk. Do you want to worry us to death? You have to know, it's just this one in 100,000 years. You, this punk, really picked up a huge bargain." Jiang Taitsong looked at his appearance and said indignantly, a portion inside here was really anxious, while the other part was envy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You all don't have to envy Wan Shuangzhou. Refining the 9 truth pill this time, my comprehensions towards alchemy Tao became a level deeper. Presumably, the next refinement, the grade shouldn't be lousier than this time." Yi Yuan's might lied in that his foundation was too solid. Therefore, his pill refinement success rates were frighteningly high. With the pill refinement this time, Yi Yuan finally had a hint of understanding towards the divine Tao laws in the medicine G.O.D's soul canon. This was a civ improvement to his alchemy Tao, but it was also precisely because of the refinement this time that it let him experience the extensiveness and profundities of divine Tao laws. What he comprehended was merely just some superficial knowledge, but just this bit of smattering already let him glean considerable gains. But this also made Yi Yuan realize that his alchemy Tao path had only just begun. Yi Yuan's words made Ao Qian and the rest perk up all at once. Yeah, with Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao strength, once he came into contact with divine Tao laws, refining medicinal pills the next time might be even more impressive. Thinking up to here, Ao Qian and the rest could not wait even longer to see the medicinal effects of this arcane insight, rank 9 truth pill. Then, I'm eating it? Wan Shuangzhou asked rather uncertainly. "Good Lord, I say, just eat it." Jiang Taitsong wished that he could throw a slap over. In front of everyone, Wan Shuangzhou swallowed the medicinal pill in one bite. Immediately, a flame seemingly started immolating in his abdomen. An incredibly powerful warm current instantly reached all the limbs and bones of the body, making him comfortable until he nearly cried out. Wan Shuangzhou's aura rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Ao Qian and the rest all opened their eyes wide. This medicine effect was also a little too strong, right? The 9 Truth Pill is merely a very ordinary high-grade tier 9 medicinal pill. An ordinary 9 Truth Pill's advancement effect on a martial artist will end when it reaches here, right? But this medicinal pill seems to have just started. Ao Qian exclaimed with shock. TSK. Wan Shuangzhou, this brat is really blessed. Arcane Insight rank medicinal pill. Ordinary divine kings can't even dream about it. Jiang Taizong clicked his tongue and lauded. Reaching the divine king realm, even advancing a tiny bit, was extremely difficult. But this arcane insight rank 9 truth pill directly escorted Wan Shuangzhou to the rankings of first-rate divine kings. Moreover, his aura was still rising continuously. 3 days later, Wan Shuangzhou finally slowly opened his eyes. Rays of brilliant light erupted from his 2 eyes. Punk, how is it? The feeling of breaking through to first-rate divine king is very good, right? Jiang Taizong asked anxiously. Wan Shuangzhou drew a deep breath and said with a smile, indescribably good. Done talking, Wan Shuangzhou slowly got up and came before Yi Yuan and bowed deeply as he said, I, Wan Shuangzhou, am willing to follow young master to the death from this day onwards. Chapter 1028, Cloudmarsh City. Chapter 1028, Cloudmarsh City. Yi Yuan said smilingly, how is it? Are there any unexpected harvests? Arcane Insight rank medicinal pills would have some unexpected effects. This effect, only the person who consumed the medicine would know themselves. Wan Shuangzhou slowly nodded and said rather excitedly, my second supreme true intent has been stuck at the bottleneck for several hundred years already. At this time, I suddenly saw the whole thing in a clear light. The division between ordinary divine kings and first-rate divine kings was merely the division of essence energy realm. 9th level Tao Profound was a minor realm with a tremendous span. From just entering 9th level Tao Profound to the 9th level Tao Profound's great circle of perfection, this was a very drawn-out process. That did not mean that the strength of first-rate divine kings was definitely stronger than ordinary divine kings. If one's concept comprehension was very impressive, ordinary divine kings could likewise crush first-rate divine kings. Just take Yi Yuan, for example. With his concept's comprehension, he would be able to easily crush first-rate divine kings when he just entered 9th level Tao Profound, even peak divine kings, while void mystic powerhouses, unless they had special means. Otherwise, their essence energy realm was not much stronger compared to peak divine kings. But their strength could fling peak divine kings 10 streets behind. The 9 truth pill was just a medicinal pill for increasing essence energy. Wan Shuangzhou never would have thought that his second supreme true intent would be comprehended without extra effort just like that. This was not just a tiny bit to his strength increase. Wan Shuangzhou's second supreme true intent was stuck for several hundred years. There was basically no hope of breaking through already. But this arcane insight 9 truth pill actually directly let him comprehend the second supreme true intent. Ao Qian said in surprise, could it be that this arcane insight 9 truth pill can even increase comprehension ability? Wan Shuangzhou also had a bewildered look and said that, I don't know, all in all, when I was breaking through, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared, and I comprehended it just like that. As for whether or not can it really increase comprehension ability, it will have to depend on cultivation in the future. Jiang Taizong had an envious look as he said, if it's really able to increase comprehension ability, This arcane insight medicinal pill is also too heaven-defying. Many divine king experts were unable to break through in their entire lives. They were lacking in comprehension ability. If arcane insight medicinal pills could increase comprehension ability, that its function to martial artists was simply incalculable. Ao Qian Trio looked at Yi Yuan. This time, they were utterly convinced by him. They were all divine king experts with very senior qualifications and whose strength pierced the heavens. The reason why they followed Yi Yuan was also being compelled by the circumstances. Although they had some understanding towards Yi Yuan's past life's might, that was all hearsay, and they did not have a direct understanding. But now, they were very motivated because they saw limitless possibility from Yi Yuan. Following Yi Yuan, they might have even greater development in the future. Seeing Yi Yuan and the others came out of the dragon clan with his own eyes, Ao Duo also heaved a long sigh in relief. An authentic dragon, lord staying in the clan, he was listless all over. Of course, the only regret was that the sacred dragon token was unable to return to the clan. Duo-er, stop having any more designs on the sacred dragon token in the future. Yi Yuan, he is the dragon race's common lord. This point will never ever change. You need to remember that. After Yi Yuan left, Ao Yong said solemnly, "But old ancestor, why is that so? How could a human obtain the sacred dragon token's recognition? And also, why would he have an atavism dragon soul?" Ao Duo said, unresignedly, Yi Yuan's existence was simply like a fishbone stuck in the throat to him. If Yi Yuan was the dragon race's common lord, then what did he count as? Ao Yong shook his head and said, although I don't know why, he definitely has great connections with the dragon clan. There is absolutely no way a physique like the atavism dragon soul would appear on a human without rhyme or reason. But since it appeared, we can only accept it unconditionally. The terror of a bloodline backlash. Don't you forget it. Ao Duo's expression changed, and he nodded his head and did not speak anymore. Ao Yong mused for a moment and continued. After Yi Yuan reincarnated, his lucky chances were heaven-defying. He has likely already shouldered heaven's mandate. Him becoming the dragon race's common lord might not be a bad thing to my dragon race. The sacred dragon token might be more useful in his hands than in our hands. Ao Duo was silent and did not speak, but he also knew deep down that what old ancestor said was the correct thing. It was just that he was in this position and could not quite let go of many things. Cloudmarsh City, it had always been the paradise for alchemists because it was adjacent to the immemorial medicine garden. The medicinal pills market here was very prosperous, especially some itinerant alchemists all liked to gather here. In the course of time, this place became the number 3 great faction apart from the Alchemist Association and Medicine King Hall. At present, the Medicine King Hall was falling into pieces. Although it was still the Medicine King Hall in name, it was already no longer the Medicine King Hall in reality. The Cloudmarsh City became the divine realm's number 2 great alchemy path faction with a leap. The reason why Cloudmarsh City could stand tall and not collapse originated from its powerful spirit medicine resources. Even the Alchemist Association would sometimes come here and gather spirit medicines. Of course, the Alchemist Association was just a loose organization. Not all the alchemists were subordinate to the Alchemist Association. At present, the opening of the immemorial medicine garden was at hand. Many more martial artists and alchemists gathered here. Wow, this place really has so many spirit medicines. As long as one has money, it's virtually not a problem to want to refine whatever medicinal pill here. Xiao Ruyan jumped for joy as she said, coming to Cloudmarsh City, Yi Yuan did not let Xiao Ruyan and Run Dong cultivate in close seclusion anymore. He was letting them come out and enrich their experiences. This place was the paradise for alchemists. The atmosphere of alchemy skills was very thick and in full bloom. On the streets, apart from all kinds of spirit medicine stalls, there were even all sorts of alchemy battle arenas. As long as one paid a fixed fee, they could go up the stage and compare notes on pill refinement techniques. Yi Yuan nodded when he heard that and said, although the immemorial medicine garden normally doesn't open, the heaven and earth spiritual chi around Cloudmarsh City is much greater compared to other places. Just the outer areas are already sufficient for martial artists to digest. One could say that Cloudmarsh City was virtually established in the midst of spirit medicine heaps. Master, there are so many people competing in alchemy here. Have you come here to compete in alchemy before? Xiao Ruyan suddenly asked curiously. Yi Yuan said smilingly, of course, back then I was young and rash. When I had just broken through to Alchemy Emperor Realm, I'd once stopped over for as long as several years here. Those few years were also no small harvest to master. Xiao Ruyan was also aware of Yi Yuan's true ident. One, Tai now. Only then did she know just how remarkable of a master she had acknowledged. That small matter in the fear-scale world back then was simply a master running into the midst of a group of apprentices, too much of a child's play. As Yi Yuan said, his face also revealed a look of reminiscence, with a manner of somewhat recalling the memorable years of his life. But Xiao Ruyan's eyes lit up when she heard and pulled Yi Yuan as she asked curiously, Master, talk about your battle results. I'm very curious about whether or not you've lost before, when you just broke through to Alchemy Emperor. Yi Yuan suddenly stopped his footsteps and nudged with a mouth as he said smilingly, wouldn't you know if you go over and take a look yourself? Xiao Ruyan froze. Following Yi Yuan's gaze and looking over, she saw 3 pieces of enormous stone tablets. Alchemy Saint Proclamation, Alchemy Venerable Proclamation, Alchemy Emperor Proclamation. Xiao Ruyan's gaze swept past one by one and finally landed on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation. All of a sudden, her gaze froze at the top, her eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Chapter 1029. Beginning on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation, Ji Qingyun's name was shockingly ranked in the first place. First place, Ji Qingyun, a total of 5,843 matches, complete victory. Xiao Ruyan muttered out this row of words and was shocked until she could not close her mouth. When Ao Qian, they all saw Ji Qingyun's battle results on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation. Each and every one of them exchanged glances too, endlessly shocked. Roughly 5,843 matches, not a single defeat. This battle result was seriously too insane. Men all made mistakes, horses all stumbled. Even someone stronger would come a time when they fumbled. But Yi Yuan actually had yet to taste defeat in close to 6,000 matches of pill battles. How heaven-defying the alchemy skills did one need to have? Looking at those alchemists ranked below Yi Yuan again, the difference from him was not an ordinary kind of big. Even the number 2 on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation had close to 5,000 matches of pill battle, but lost 100 over matches. This gap was too great. Only Yu Mingli was crystal clear in her heart regarding Yi Yuan's past life's achievements, and did not have a very shocked expression. But her face did not stint in the slightest with an expression of idolization. Ao Qian, they all were aware that this Cloudmarsh City's history was long and rich. The custom of pill battles was very fleuries. Plusing. There were frequently powerful alchemists coming over to spar in alchemy skills. Moreover, Yi Yuan had merely just entered Alchemy Emperor Realm back then. His strength was not yet as formidable as currently. At that time, he could already sweep away all alchemists and directly ascend the top seat of the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation, Ao Qian. The four of them looked at Yi Yuan like they were seeing a ghost. Even though they had all witnessed Yi Yuan's pill refining capabilities, the ranking on that Alchemy Emperor Proclamation still made them somewhat break down. But regarding this matter, Wan Shuangzhou knew a little about it. This was already 300 years ago. It was also precisely because His Excellency competed in alchemy in Cloudmarsh City back then that he rose to fame and was canonized as a genius alchemist closest to Alchemy G. O. D. in 100,000 years. Because Milord was ranked first in Cloudmarsh City's 100,000-year history of pill battles. Although I wasn't present, I heard that back then, the entire Divine Realm's genius alchemists all flocked in great numbers in order to challenge Milord. But all of them failed without any exception, resulting in that later on, body dared to get on the stage to answer the challenge at all. That's why Milord's consecutive victories match count stopped at 5,843 matches. Now that 300 years had said, there is still no one capable of Serpa. Sing this achievement. Wan Shuangzhou talked to himself, but his gaze was filled with a look of wars. H+P. Ao Qian and the rest all had expressions like they had seen a ghost. They were suppressed in the White Tiger dungeon for D knows how many years, and were completely unaware of the things that happened in the outside world. They did not expect that such a sensational incident actually happened before in this Cloudmarsh City. They finally know now how Yi Yuan's reputation of closest to Alchemy G. O. D. came about. Honestly speaking, when they heard this label back then, they more or less still snorted in contempt inwardly. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, how many exceedingly talented people did not dare to say that they could reach the deity realm either. What right did Yi Yuan have? But now they felt that this Tli did not have any excessive aspects in the slightest. TCH, nothing to be excited about. Looking at your expressions, it's feeling shocked by Ji Qingyun's achievement, right? It's merely 5,000 over matches undefeated. That's all. Just as everyone was currently immersed in shock, a very scornful voice sounded out. Xiao Ruyan's brows knitted, and she said, unhappily, who are you to be so arrogant? Merely 5,000 over matches? If you have the capabilities, you try consecutively winning 5,000 over matches too. The one speaking was a young man. Behind him even followed a divine king powerhouse. Presumably, his background was not ordinary too. That young man was merely Alchemy Venerable Realm, but had a look of unruliness, looking very disdainful toward Yi Yuan's battle results on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation. The young man looked towards Xiao Ruyan. A hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes, but he said with a laugh, "You guys just came to Cloudmarsh City, right?" Not recognizing this young master is also excusable. You remember it. This young master is called Guyu. Ji Qingyun's record will be broken by me. Guyu had an arrogant look with a kind of domineeringness that watched as masts and oars turned to dust while talking and laughing together. Sup, 1/sup. Xiao Ruyan was angered until she laughed because of his haughty manner. Seen before posturing, but never saw before posturing until this manner. The number one achievement in 100,000 years, this guy actually dared to brag, saying that he was going to break it. It was fine if he was an alchemy emperor, but he was just an alchemy venerable. Yo, so impressive? I wonder what number your esteemed self is ranked on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation. Currently, Xiao Ruyan said with a laugh. Guyu's face turned black and said, "You know perfectly well that this young master is only Alchemy Venerable Realm at present. You did it on purpose, right? But I'm not afraid to tell you either. This young master already has over 3,400 matches of consecutive victories on the Alchemy Venerable Proclamation. Latest by next year, the Alchemy Venerable Proclamation's first place will be mine. Hearing Guyu blow his own trumpet, Xiao Ruyan was startled in her heart. 3,400 over matches of consecutive wins. This achievement was already rather impressive, but she still had a look of disdain on her face as she said, "Brag. Keep on bragging. Who doesn't know how to boast?" Gu Yu's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who's bragging to you? Randomly find a person to inquire about it in this Cloud Marsh city. Who doesn't know me, Gu Yu, that Ji Qingyun? There will come a day where I'll trample him underfoot." Xiao Ruyan became enraged the moment she heard and said angrily, "This young lady doesn't believe it. Come, come, come. This young lady is going to trample on you under her foot today. Don't you have over 3,400 matches of consecutive victories? I want to see just what kind of standard your more than 3,400 matches of consecutive wins is." Rim Dong also silently nodded by the side and said very earnestly, And count me in." The moment Guyu heard, he laughed. "All right, but not any random N. Oh, body can challenge me. Guyu, I have a condition. If you agree, this young master will accept your challenge." Guyu smiled with evil designs as he said. Xiao Ruyan's face turned black, and she said, "What condition?" Guyu seized Xiao Ruyan up lecherously and said, "If you lose, you have to become Tao companions with me." "How's that?" "You got to know, in this Cloud Marsh city, the female martial artists that want to become Tao companions with me, young Master Gu, line up over several streets." Each word that Guyu said, Xiao Ruyan's face became a degree more sullen. Honestly speaking, she was still really quite nervous. This guy dared to say that he won over 3,400 matches consecutively. It was probably not wild talk. This sort of lies, randomly finding a person could expose it. There was no meaning at all. To be able to have this standard, he was likely really not too easy to push around. Seeing Xiao Ruyan hesitate, Guyu became even more smug as he said, "Why, scared? Like I said, be a little low profile if you don't have much strength. Not everyone is what you're able to challenge. But if you want to be my young Master Gu's Tao companion, I still welcome it very much." Ha! Xiao Ruyan was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. The first time Guyu laid eyes on her, he found her to be to his liking very much. Just as he said, ordinary women, he really held in contempt. Agree with him. Right then, Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice sounded out. Xiao Ruyan jumped in fright. Using watery eyes to look at Yi Yuan, she said, "Master, how can you be like this?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You guys learned from me for so long. If you don't even have this bit of strength, you can find a piece of tofu to go commit suicide already." Chapter 1030, Silent Offering. Chapter 1030, Silent Offering. "Master? Ha! Are you all mistaken? This brat is, at the very most, just 30 years old. You guys actually call him your master? Ha! What does he have to teach you guys?" Hearing Xiao Ruyan's form of address towards Yi Yuan, Guyu laughed himself into convulsions. He laughed for a long time and suddenly discovered that no one went along with him and could not help feeling very awkward. And he suddenly noticed that Yi Yuan's party all used strange eyes to look at him. This involuntarily made him rather angry from embarrass. As meant, "What are you looking at? Could it be that what I said was wrong?" Guyu said irately, "And what you said was very right. All right, since there's nothing on, the two of you have a proper match with him, then," Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Quickly look, Guyu is having a pill battle with someone again. I wonder what kind of opponent he ran into this time is like. Will they give him a little trouble or not? How is that possible? Alchemy Venerable Realm, it's totally impossible for someone to be his match. Otherwise, how can he possibly win 3,420 matches in a row? Makes sense. Guyu this brat is a little KY, but his strength really is formidable. Continuing to develop with this trend, he might really be able to break Ji Qingyun's record. Guyu and Xiao Ruyan's pill battle immediately drew a large group of people's attention. Just as Guyu said, his fame in Cloudmarsh City was really huge. Having 3,400 over matches of consecutive wins was also not bragging. Virtually every time he had a pill battle, it would be a full house. Guyu's personality enjoyed this sort of a myriad of stars surrounding the moon treatment. Most of all, Xiao Ruyan was still somewhat not confident. After all, the opportunities she had to really compete with someone were too few. Although she knew that Yi Yuan was very incredible, she was uncertain whether she really learned the quintessence of Yi Yuan's pill refinement or not. When at the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, Xiao Ruyan had once made a move to lecture a bunch of alchemy ancestors before. But at that time, it was just competing in fire control. While pill battles were a one-time comprehensive test towards alchemy skills, it was completely different from controlling fire. Furthermore, her opponent was also so powerful. Guyu saw through Xiao Ruyan's uncertainty and said smilingly, "Beauty, don't need to worry. Becoming Tao companions with me, I'll impart to you the quintessence of alchemy skills." Xiao Ruyan's face turned black, and she said in a solemn voice, "Don't come out and make a spectacle of yourself with your middling skills. When this young lady beats you down, you'll kneel and beg me to take you in as a disciple then." The agreement between them, if Guyu won, Xiao Ruyan would become Tao companions with him. If Xiao Ruyan won, Guyu would kneel and call out Master 3 times. Cloudmarsh City's pill battles were hosted by the City Lord Manor. The pill battles between alchemy venerables would be presided over by initial rank alchemy emperors. An alchemy emperor came onto the stage and slowly said, "According to the 2 of your agreement, the medicinal pill that your pill battle chose is the Emerald Sea True Water Pill. This pill is a water attribute high-grade tier 8 medicinal pill. The one with the better grade wins. Begin now." This Emerald Sea True Water Pill's refining difficulty was rather high. Ordinary alchemy, venerable experts could not refine it at all. But to Guyu, this was not too difficult of a matter. With his strength refining the Emerald Sea True Water Pill, there was an 80% assurance to refine a high-grade one. If his luck was good, he could even refine a transcendent grade. While Xiao Ruyan was merely middle-rank alchemy venerable, even if her strength was any more heaven-defying, being able to refine a complete medicinal pill was already pretty good. This pill battle was a compet, one tie-in that was impossible to lose to Guyu. He had the intention of showing off as well. After extracting and refining the medicinal embryo, Guyu separated his 2 palms. One hand brought out a fire dragon, while the other hand brought out a fire tiger. A dragon and tiger began raising the temperature of the medicinal cauldron under his guidance. Tiger crouching, dragon coiling. This is an extremely profound fire-controlling art. Guyu actually used it effortlessly. His 3,000 over matches of consecutive victories were indeed not by a fluke. You look at that lot, what fire-controlling art is that? Ha ha ha. Does she think that she's lighting a fire to cook a meal? That sort of inferior fire-controlling art. She's sure that it can refine medicinal pills. But the 2 people who entered a pill refining state already could not hear the comments of outsiders. One should not look at how Guyu was haughty. His alchemy skills were absolutely not undeserved reputation. Ordinary alchemy venerables were really not enough to look at. When Ao Qian saw Xiao Ruyan's level of fire-controlling art, he also could not quite look on anymore, and could not resist saying, "My lord, Ruyan, that little S looks like she's still rather nervous." This kind of fire-controlling skill, how can it win the other party? Milord, although your alchemy Tao is G. Oh, like, she's not you after all. But Yi Yuan said without a care, Old Ao, no need to be anxious. Keep watching, and you'll know. Ruyan, this La S. S can still keep her cool at crucial moments. Ao Qian, and the rest could not help being speechless. Already nervous until she could not control fire, she could still keep her cool, which I saw through that she was keeping her cool. Right at this time, waves of exclamations suddenly emitted from the crowd. Quickly look at that La S. S's medicinal cauldron. How is this possible? Glittering and crystal clear. The medicinal cauldron actually became glittering and crystal clear. The fire-controlling art that this La S used, could it be that legendary silent offering? This was the fire-controlling art that Lord Qingyun Zi used when competing in alchemy back then. Back then, Lord Qingyunzi relied on this extremely unsightly fire-controlling art and astounded countless people, making countless geniuses yield in admiration. Didn't think that after a time interval of 300 years, this silent offering fire-controlling art actually appeared once more. For the sake of impartiality, the medicinal cauldrons that both parties used were only the most ordinary Tier 8 medicinal cauldrons. The requirements that this kind of ordinary Tier 8 medicinal cauldrons had towards fire-controlling art was exceedingly high. A moment of carelessness would affect the whole medicinal pill's refinement, while at this time, Xiao Ruyan's medicinal cauldron became glittering and crystal clear, akin to a glazed tile. This was the sign of receiving extremely uniform heat distribution. Only when the fire-controlling art reached an exceedingly high level could one affect the medicinal cauldron to such an extent. But just earlier, everyone was still mocking Xiao Ruyan's fire control like it was starting a fire to cook a meal. Such a scene was extremely similar to 300 years ago. Only when everyone came back to their senses did they recall the scene of Lord Qingyun Zi rampaging in all four directions in Cloudmarsh City 300 years ago. The fire-controlling art was precisely silent offering. Just as everyone had their breath taken away, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, still lacking some skill level, just barely managed to smelt the medicinal cauldron to become glittering and crystal clear. Looks like the pill refinement this time is also just superior grade. Rindong, when your senior apprentice sister comes back, tell her that silent offering still needs to practice an additional 50,000 times. Rindong's expression was calm as he said with a nod, Yes, master. Ao Qian and the rest exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that this master was also a little too terrifying, right? You were the number one person in 100,000 years, but others were not. This already aroused everybody's cries of exclamation, but you made her practice an additional 50,000 times when she comes back. Was there teaching disciples like this? But in reality, Yi Yuan taught disciples just like this. In Yi Yuan's view, refining pills never had shortcuts to talk about. Without millions upon millions of repet, dreary training, it was completely impossible to truly attain a higher level. Don't look at how Xiao Ruyan and Rindong normally behaved in a cheeky and boisterous manner. The hards, H.I. plus P.S. that they suffered in these dozen over years, only Yi Yuan himself knew. Chapter 1031, Kowtow and Acknowledge as Master Then. Chapter 1031, Kowtow and Acknowledge as Master Then. Next, entering the pill refining process, the two people each had their nerves wound up tightly. The Emerald Sea True Water pill was not the average high-grade Tier 8 medicinal pill. It did not allow for them to have the slightest bit of carelessness. But Gu Yu's refining method was the same as his personality, very high profile, while Xiao Ruyan's refinement was methodically and unhurried. Of course, this did not mean that Gu Yu was flashy without substance. In truth, his alchemy skills were indeed very consummate. His 6-unity heavenly desolation art was displayed flawlessly and actually already reached the realm of major accomplishment. In contrast, Xiao Ruyan's was a notch weaker in technique again. What she used was the 5 elements heavenly word art. Not all alchemists could train refinement techniques to the level of the 8 diagrams wandering dragon secret art. To alchemy venerables, being able to cultivate the 6-unity heavenly desolation art was already very impressive. As for Xiao Ruyan, she still had not trained in the 6-unity heavenly desolation art at present. Fire-controlling technique is just an aspect of refining pills. It was startling just now, but this match, it's probably still Gu Yu who wins. Yeah, this boy's strength is too formidable. At a young age, he's able to cultivate the 6-unity heavenly desolation art to the realm of major accomplishment. In the same realm, how many people are his match? That girl's age is much younger than his, but her strength is indeed formidable too. It's just a pity that who she ran into was Gu Yu. The surrounding alchemists were all people with rich experiences. They could practically discern the difference in superiority with one glance. The street Yu, our Deaness of Gu Yu's foundation, made many of the older generations all sweat profusely with Imbara. As meant, it was true that Xiao Ruyan was formidable, but she was still a little young in the end. Ao Qian opened his mouth and was just about to say something, but seeing Yi Yuan's relaxed expression, the words that reached the tip of his tongue was forced back down. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You guys don't need to worry. This has only just begun. It doesn't mean that the refining technique being high level, the medicinal pills refined will definitely be good." Ao Qian was left speechless. He knew that Yi Yuan would say it like that. But along with the progress of the refinement, Xiao Ruyan actually gradually entered an optimal state. The movements of her hands became faster and faster, and increasingly natural and smooth. The many alchemists observing the battle by the side actually became rather infatuated from watching. His legendary realm. This La S actually cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm. Someone cried out in shock among the crowd. The gaze of that alchemy emperor expert presiding over the pill battle also became intent. He finally detected Xiao Ruyan's transformation. Regardless of what level of refinement technique, wanting to cultivate to the great circle of perfection was easy, but wanting to cultivate to the legendary realm was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, along with the increase in cultivation realm, after people had the ability to cultivate high-level refinement techniques, there would also not be anyone who would expend huge amounts of energy to go cultivate the legendary realm that could not be touched at all. However, Xiao Ruyan did it. Ao Qian finally heaved a sigh in relief when he saw Xiao Ruyan's state, but his gaze looked towards Yi Yuan with endless shock. The master was monstrous. The disciples taught were actually so freakish too. Who knew that? Yi Yuan shook his head again and said to Rendong, "Your senior apprentice sister is too slow in entering the state. How many times have I told you guys? This 5 elements, heavenly word art, the most important is to balance the powers of the 5 elements." She actually used such a long time before finding the feeling. Tell her when she comes back, the 5 elements heavenly word art also needs to train an additional 50,000 times. Ao Qian nearly vomited out a mouthful of old blood. This master's requirements were also too stringent, right? Although he did not know alchemy, he still knew about the legendary realm. To be able to cultivate the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm was already an unthinkable thing. But Yi Yuan actually still complained about her entering the state too slowly. "Yes, master." Run Dong was clearly already accustomed to this, and did not feel that there was anything inappropriate. Time slowly trickled by. The two people's refinement also gradually entered a white-hot stage. Emerald Sea Truewater Pill. Condense! Guyu gave a loud cry. The medicinal pill finally formed. Immediately after, Xiao Ruyan also cried out lightly, "Condense!" Right on the heels, the two people virtually formed the pill at the same time. "Beauty, how is it? Ready to be my women yet?" Guyu said with a smug smile. "Finest. Plussing refining." Xiao Ruyan still felt pretty good. But hearing Guyu's words, her face turned cold again, and she said, "You'd better think about how to be this young lady's disciple." Haha, in alchemy venerable this realm, absolutely body is my match. Moreover, you're even just a middle-rank alchemy venerable. Resign yourself to your fate, Guyu said with a confident look, while at this time the surrounding people all had looks of antic. Asian. They all wanted to take a look at just who won this pill battle. Although Guyu was strong, Xiao Ruyan had reached the legendary realm. "Senior, open the furnace and examine the pill then," Guyu said with a wide grin. The alchemy emperor nodded his head, but took no notice of him. He went to Xiao Ruyan's side, rather impatiently. "Open!" The alchemy emperor pointed a finger. A medicinal pill flew out and landed in the container. The alchemy emperor's eyes lit up, and he said, "Indeed, a superior grade Emerald Sea Truewater Pill. A pity. If the medicinal cauldron was swapped for something a little better, it would definitely be a transcendent grade medicinal pill." The alchemy emperor's words made Guyu's entire body tremble. The originally smug expression instantly turned stiff on his face. Superior grade medicinal pill? How was this possible? His gaze involuntarily looked at his own medicinal cauldron and instantly became uncertain. After that alchemy emperor sighed. He slowly came to Guyu's side and retrieved the medicinal pill as he had done. High-grade Emerald Sea Truewater Pill. Looks pretty good, just a little bit more to reach superior grade. A shame, it's still lacking some level of skill. This match, Xiao Ruyan wins, the alchemy emperor said, sonorously. Guyu's face was ashen pale. Until now, he still did not dare to believe that this was real. Impossible. This is impossible. How can she possibly refine a superior grade Emerald Sea Truewater Pill? The alchemy emperor knew Guyu and knew that this battle's influence on him was probably tremendous. He sighed at once and said, "This La Sie cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm and refined a superior grade medicinal pill. There are not many strange aspects. This match, you didn't lose unjustly. A legendary realm?" Guyu looked at Xiao Ruyan in disbelief. He could not tell, no matter how he looked, how such a frail girl cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm. At this time, Xiao Ruyan finally let out a sigh in relief. Guyu, this fellow, was arrogant, but his capabilities were really considerable. He actually almost refined a superior grade medicinal pill. But her gaze secretly sneaked a peek at Yi Yuan. She knew that her performance master was probably very unsatisfied. She guessed correctly. It was just that at this time, she could not care about the punishment anymore either, but said to Guyu with a wide grin on her face, "How is it, young Master Gu, kowtow and acknowledge as master then?" Guyu froze. Only then did he recall the two people's agreement. This match, he was completely defeated. According to the agreement, he had to kowtow to Xiao Ruyan and acknowledge her as his master in public. Guyu revealed a look of struggle. He suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "This match, I'm willing to admit defeat, but to acknowledge you as my master, wait until after I have a match with him." Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, and discovered that the person he was pointing at was precisely Rundong. Chapter 1032. Sticking on? Chapter 1032. Sticking on? Guyu's face no longer had that look of arrogance from before. He used an entire half-day's time before barely managing to crawl out from the shadow of failure. The so-called the higher you climb, the harder you fall, using it to describe Guyu was perfect, but Guyu was indeed a talent as well. After half a day, he finally managed to recollect his mind and threw it into the face-off with Rundong. His goal was very simple. From where he fell down, from where he would get up, he wanted to regain confidence from Rundong. Otherwise, after today's pill battles, he, a genius alchemist who formerly dazzled Cloudmarsh City, would probably fade into the crowd from here on. Just who the H.E.L.L. is that little girl? Guyu's 34 20 consecutive victories were actually ended just like that. Yeah, thinking about it, it's just like having a dream. After Lord Qingyunzi, Guyu is the first genius alchemist to be able to win so many matches in a row. I virtually already thought that he'd definitely be able to reach Lord Qingyunzi's height in the future. Speaking of which, Silent Offering was Lord Qingyunzi's self-created fire-controlling ultimate skill. Could it be that this girlie actually has connections to Lord Qingyunzi? This is impossible, right? I've never heard of Lord Qingyunzi having a successor before. Guyu winning over 3,400 matches in a row. No one would doubt his strength. For Xiao Ruyan to be able to beat Guyu, it could only indicate that her strength was even greater. But at this time, everyone started to become interested in Rundong's strength. Busybodies already knew that Rundong was Xiao Ruyan's junior apprentice brother. Then whether or not Guyu would fall down twice in the same place, this was very worth looking forward to. The pill battle began. This time, Guyu unleashed all of his skills, hoping to display his strength to the limits. But everyone's gaze was focused on Rundong. Silent Offering again. Not long after, cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere again. Legendary Realm. It's the Legendary Realm again. My G.O.D. Just what kind of person can teach such a terrifying senior sister and junior brother? The pill refinement ended. The Alchemy Emperor examined the pill once more. Guyu, high-grade medicinal pill. Rundong, superior-grade medicinal pill. Rundong wins. Hearing this verdict, Guyu directly flopped weakly onto the ground, as if he was drained completely of his strength, battered out of his senses. Although he barely managed to calm his state of mind, the shadow of the last defeat was still hovering in his heart. Under such circumstances, it was already very not easy for him to still be able to refine a high-grade medicinal pill. It was just that the opponent he encountered was Rundong. The present Rundong was already completely different from the condescending Rundong back then. Through these dozen over years of tempering, he already grew into a true grandmaster of an era. At present, his alchemy Dao strength was not the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Ruyan's, with over 3,400 matches, and he had yet to taste defeat. This time, he was defeated in 2 matches straight. This blow to him was too great. Ha, Serpa! Sing Lord Qingyunzi. You're still 10,000 years too early. Your over 3,400 over matches of consecutive wins doesn't have much quality at all. It's just that you never encountered a true opponent, that's all. While Lord Qingyunzi back then practically challenged the entire divine realm's genius alchemists with his strength alone. While how big of a commotion did you cause? Therefore, you have got to know how to hold someone in awe. Xiao Ruyan said nonchalantly. It was like Guyu lost his soul, completely unable to accept this fact at all. When a person fell from the summit, this sort of tremendous drop was very easy to make him crumble. The current Gu Yu was clearly like that. These few years he was already extolled to the skies by the entire Cloud Marsh city, saying that he was going to Serpa S. Qinyanzi's fame. But today, he was defeated twice in a row under Xiao Ruyan and Rundong's hands, immediately Cruz. Plussing his powerful confidence. When Xiao Ruyan saw Gu Yu's appearance, she also could not bother to haggle over it with him anymore. Honestly speaking, she did not wish to take such a guy in as a disciple. Forget it, this young lady is magnanimous and won't fuss about your offensive affront. Junior apprentice brother, let's go, Xiao Ruyan said. Rin Dong nodded his head and walked down the stage together with Xiao Ruyan. Wait a minute. The two people did not walk out far when they heard Gu Yu shouting from behind. Xiao Ruyan and Run Dong turned their heads around and were just about to speak, but Gu Yu had a solemn look as he said, I, Gu Yu, am a man of my words. Since I lost to you, I'll admit my loss. Slam! Gu Yu immediately gave a loud kowtow and shouted, Master! Slam! Master! Slam! Master! Gu Yu directly kowtowed 3 times and called Master thrice. It was not perfunctory at all. Him being so unabashed made Xiao Ruyan rather surprised instead. In this instant, her impression of Gu Yu had a slight change. Presumably, this guy was an ignorant youth whose confidence swelled to the extreme, unaware of the logic of there was always someone better and a heaven beyond heaven. But honestly speaking, this guy's alchemy Tao strength was still rather formidable, although his foundation was not as solid as the two of them. It was also hard to come by among young people. Xiao Ruyan waved her hand when she saw the situation and said, All right, this matter ends here. It's just losing 2 matches of pill battles. No big deal. Knowing humiliation and striving harder afterward. That is how a real man ought to be. Xiao Ruyan had an old teacher appearance and actually really took herself to be his master and started lecturing Gu Yu. She did not expect Gu Yu to say with a stern countenance, I, Gu Yu, am true to my words. These 2 matches, I'm wholehearted convinced by my loss. From now onwards, I, Gu Yu, will be Miss Ruyan's disciple. Master is high above. Please accept a bow from this disciple. As he said, he gave another kowtow, and it was considered the ceremony of acknowledging a master. With this, it was Xiao Ruyan who was caught rather by surprise instead. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, No way, I don't have the qualifications to accept disciples. This young lady hasn't even graduated from apprentices. I plus P myself. But Gu Yu scrambled to his feet and said, The 2 of us had an agreement beforehand. How can you renege on your word? There are so many people in the same profession bearing witness today. How can I, Gu Yu, be someone who gets fat on eating his words? No matter what, I'm already your disciple. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Hearing that, Xiao Ruyan's face turned black. This guy was actually like a dogskin plaster, sticking onto her. Not far again. When Ao Qian saw this scene, he could not help finding it funny as he said, This brat has some good judgment. Him wanting to acknowledge Miss Xiao as his master is probably still aiming for milord. To be able to walk out from the shadow of defeat so quickly, he's a promising talent too. Yi Yuan said with a smile, These 2 matches might be a new beginning for him. If he really completed 5,000 matches of consecutive victories, the path in the future will be even more arduous instead. When he breaks through to Alchemy Emperor realm, he'd probably also just be mediocre. The strength of Alchemy Emperor powerhouses, he likely still thought too simply in the past. Regarding Yi Yuan's words, Ao Qian and the rest all deeply felt that way too. Yi Yuan could crush 5,000 over Alchemy Emperors did not mean that others could also crush 5,000 over Alchemy Emperors. No matter what alchemy emperors were the current divine realm alchemists' apex existences. Their strength brooked no underestimation. Your Excellency, what to do about this matter? How about I go and beat that brat down, in case he sticks onto? Ao Qian said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, let him be. I want to see just how much sincerity he has. Chapter 1033. Play another round. Chapter 1033. Play another round. Receiving Yi Yuan's look, Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong did not care about Guyu either. They directly followed Yi Yuan and prepared to leave. Guyu was really like a sticky candy, following Xiao Ruyan at every step. The divine king expert, who was constantly following Guyu, followed behind Guyu. Ji Qian, you return to the lodging and wait for me first. Before I find you, don't come over and look for me anymore, Guyu instructed. Ji Qian's expression stiffened, and he said with difficulty, young master, could it be that you really want to acknowledge that little girl as your master? In my view, even though that girl's strength is very strong, it's still just slightly stronger compared to young master. She's still not qualified enough to be your master. Guyu shook his head and said, you don't understand. The disparity between me and her right now isn't large, but along with the Pa-S, Sage of Time, the disparity between me and her will become greater and greater. By the time we both reach peak Alchemy Emperor realm, this young master will probably not even be able to see her back view anymore. Ji Qian looked at his young master oddly. Guyu's personality, he was all too clear. This sort of words that diminished his own prestige. He would never say it. Looks like today he was really utterly convinced by his loss. But young master, if family head knows of this matter, Ji Qian said hesitantly. Guyu waved his hand and said, you don't say, I don't say, how will he know? Ji Qian knew young master's temperament. Helpless, he could only leave by himself. Yi Yuan's party divided the crowd and were just about to leave, but had their path blocked by a group of people. The person at the front looked around 30-plus years old, with a highly spirited appearance. The most conspicuous was the high-rank Alchemy Emperor badge on his chest. The divine realm had many Alchemy Emperors, but people who were able to reach high-rank Alchemy Emperor were scanty few. Between initial rank Alchemy Emperor and high-rank Alchemy Emperor was an insurmountable chasm. High-rank Alchemy Emperor was the highest rank realm among the alchemist realms that the Alchemist A.S. Association divided, which was also to say that within the scope that the Alchemist A.S. Association recognized, high-rank Alchemy Emperor was the pinnacle of alchemists. Of course, it was not that there was no disparity between high-rank Alchemy Emperors and high-rank Alchemy Emperors. Among alchemists, there was a form of address towards an extremely small group of people. That was Peak Alchemy Emperor. This Peak Alchemy Emperor was somewhat similar to the Void Mystic Realm, in essence energy cultivation realms. Only by being publicly recognized by everyone as a Peak Alchemy Emperor was it truly standing at the apex of the divine realm's alchemists, and only Peak Alchemy Emperors would be addressed respectfully as Z. This group of people was the bunch of people who truly guided the direction of the divine realm's alchemy world. Of course, even so, this high-rank Alchemy Emperor in front was an exceedingly rare existence too. Didn't think that our former peerless genius, Qin Yunzi, actually fell to such a plight today. TSK, initial rank Alchemy Emperor. Is it the Qin Yunzi who slaughtered in all directions in Cloud Marsh City back, then actually returned to the starting point now? Ha ha! That person laughed wildly, his laughter carrying a ton of satisfaction. Seeing Yi Yuan encounter a calamity at present, he seemed to be very liberated. But his words caused a mighty uproar among the crowd. Qinyanzi, Lord Zhuqing, said that he was Lord Qinyanzi just now. There's no mistake, right? What? That young man is Lord Qinyanzi? How is this possible? Didn't Lord Qinyanzi perish long ago? Could it be that who Lord Zhuqing is talking about is another Qinyanzi? Are you a pig? In this world, apart from Ji Qingyun, who else dares to proclaim to be Qinyanzi? Everyone's gaze all looked over towards Yi Yuan, being astounded by this unexpected news. Ji Qingyun not dying, this news was seriously too astonies. Plussing, especially in Cloudmarsh City, this place. In this city, Ji Qingyun was like existence. His achievement on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation was a myth-like record. For 100,000 years, he was the one and only legendary figure. The alchemists mucking around in Cloudmarsh City, regardless of how strong their strength was, their goal was only one: Ji Qingyun. Back then, when Qinyanzi fell, the entire Cloudmarsh City stunned. There were many alchemists who immediately formed organizations to mourn for Ji Qingyun. But now, Ji Qingyun actually came back to life. How could this news not shock them? Zhuqing said with a roaring laugh, "That's right. This young man called Yi Yuan at the moment is precisely your idol, Ji Qingyun. At present, he's merely just a stray dog." The expressions of Ao Qian and the rest all changed, and they wanted to make a move to deal with Zhuqing. This guy actually insulted people with words. Yi Yuan waved his hand and stopped them from taking action, and he said nonchalantly, "A good dog doesn't block the path. Get lost." This imposing momentum really doesn't lose out to back then. It's just a shame that your strength is far too lacking. Zhuqing did not get angry either, and just ridiculed. Yi Yuan darted him a glance and said indifferently, "Looks like some people forgot about the matter of losing until buck naked back then." Yi Yuan naturally recognized this Zhuqing in front of him. Among the people who challenged him back then, this Zhuqing was also one whose strength was very formidable. It was just that this guy's utilitarian heart was too strong and wanted to step on his reputation to climb up. Other than things related to pill battles, they even added another clause. The one who loses would take off all of their clothes and run for 3 days and nights in Cloudmarsh City. The result was naturally that Zhuqing was crushed until he was beaten blue and black. This matter was treated as a conversation topic 300 years ago and was a joke for a very long period of time. 300 years later, this Zhuqing actually became Cloudmarsh City's deputy city lord with a shake of his body. With the White Tiger battle, the news of Ji Qingyun returning was already not some secret among the divine realm's upper echelons. With Zhuqing's status, knowing about Yi Yuan was also not some unexpected thing. Upon hearing Yi Yuan mention this incident, Zhuqing's face immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. Over 300 years had said Cloudmarsh City's alchemists had long changed batch after batch already. But there were still some who knew about the matter back then. Humph! A stray dog actually dares to be. KY2, publicly appearing in Cloudmarsh City. Aren't you afraid of Ji Kanglin coming to kill you? Zhuqing said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need for you to worry about that. You'd best worry about the clothes on you." Zhuqing could not help being stifled by this. Yi Yuan just kept using this matter to irk him. He could not do anything at all. You're indeed still as revolting as back then. However, since our beloved Lord Qinyanzi came back, are you interested in playing another round? You're being addressed respectfully as Qinyanzi. Even if you're only initial rank alchemy emperor at the moment, your strength probably can't be underestimated either, right? You look, this Cloudmarsh City's countless alchemists all view you as their idol. Could it be that you have no intention of broadening their horizons? Zhuqing suddenly switched faces and said mockingly, over 300 years had Pa S said. Zhuqing's strength could not be mentioned in the same breath long ago, while Yi Yuan only had initial rank alchemy emperor strength at present. He was betting on that Yi Yuan did not dare to compete with him. When he knew that Yi Yuan showed up in Cloud Marsh City, his first reaction was to come over and humiliate him ruthlessly. Zhuqing's suggestion was not held in contempt by the surrounding audience. On the contrary, each and every one of them all revealed a look of antic. One Piation. If it were others, they would definitely feel that Zhuqing was bullying the weak as the strong. But Yi Yuan was different. Yi Yuan was the D in their hearts and was undefeatable. Even if Zhuqing was a high-rank alchemy emperor, it was impossible for Lord Qinyanzi to lose to him either. Chapter 1034. Han Qingzi. Chapter 1034. Han Qingzi except this was the way they saw it, reaching Zhuqing's boundary. One would know just how great the gap between initial rank alchemy emperor and high rank alchemy emperor was. He spent 300 years before breaking through from initial rank alchemy emperor to high rank alchemy emperor, while at present Ji Qingyun had merely just entered alchemy emperor realm, which was equivalent to saying that Yi Yuan was marching on the spot for these 300 years. Zhuqing trained bitterly for 300 years. If he could not even beat the Ji Qingyun who was marching on the spot, he should find a piece of tofu to go commit suicide already. Him saying these words was undoubtedly wanting to extol Yi Yuan high up to the skies, then in front of everybody to slay A.G. As long as he could defeat Ji Qingyun, he would obtain innumerable fame and status. Of course, there was still limitless resources. Qinyanzi was high up on the summit. His status was G. D knows how many times higher compared to when he just entered Alchemy Emperor realm back then. Slaughtering in all directions in Cloudmarsh City was merely minor squabbles. But 300 years later, Qinyanzi was a true apex figure. Dragging Ji Qingyun down at this time, the implications were far greater compared to back then. Although somewhat winning through unorthodox means, who asked Ji Qingyun to dare appear in Cloudmarsh City in a swaggering manner. Yi Yuan smiled until Zhuqing felt rather apprehensive. To Zhuqing, Ji Qingyun was the nightmare that he could never wipe away for life. After the battle back then, Ji Qingyun had a meteoric rise and climbed directly to a high position, and only used a very short time to ascend to the pinnacle of the divine realm's alchemy world. While he, although it was not to the extent of fading into the crowd, so many years had said, but he was still unable to break through to the boundary of peak alchemy emperor. This step was far too difficult. It's been 300 years. You, this fellow, are really sludge that can't hold a wall up. You're sure that you want to have a pill battle with me? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said with a faint smile. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm and collected appeared, Zhuqing's heart could not refrain from pounding. Qinyanzi's fame was seriously too overwhelming. Furthermore, his awe-inspiring reputation was gotten from match after match of Cruz, plussing others. Except the moment he thought about Yi Yuan's current realm, Zhuqing set his mind at ease considerably again. This guy was definitely pretending to be mysterious. Look at what you're saying. To be able to obtain Lord Qinyanzi's guidance, this Swa is honored in every possible way. Zhuqing said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, all right then, as you Wisconsin H, plus honestly speaking, coming to Cloudmarsh City, I really still somewhat reminisce the feeling back then. Hearing Yi Yuan and Zhuqing's conversation, Guyu wished to find a piece of rock to commit suicide. He actually postured in front of Lord Qinyanzi. he really postured in front of Lord Qingyunzi, who lent him the gall to dare posture in front of Lord Qingyunzi. Gu Yu's confidence swelled at one point and thought that he really could surpass Qingyunzi, but he could not even beat Lord Qingyunzi's disciples. Master, he's really Lord Qingyunzi? Gu Yu pulled Xiao Ruyan and thickened his skin to ask. Xiao Ruyan flung him off and said smilingly, "Otherwise, what do you think?" Slap, slap. Gu Yu viciously gave himself 2 tight slaps and said, "Ask you to have eyes but fail to see? Ask you to be condescending? Master, you must take me in as a disciple. Gu Yu, must acknowledge you as my master. This young lady can't make the call. I myself haven't even graduated from apprentices. I plus P yet." Xiao Ruyan said, "Ha ha ha. I knew that Lord Qingyunzi wouldn't die that easily." Lord Qingyunzi's demise was a major loss to the divine realm's alchemy world. Back then, I was even lamentful about this for a long time. Didn't think that he actually seized possession and revived. Lord Qingyunzi is my lifelong goal. Back then, when I heard the news of his demise, I really almost broke down. I just can't imagine that he really didn't die. Quite a number of alchemists, especially the young alchemists, were all like they were injected with stimulants. When they knew that Yi Yuan was Ji Qingyun, they were really incredibly agitated. In the alchemy world, Yi Yuan was an absolute paradigm-like figure. He was different from those veteran peak alchemy emperors. When he advanced to peak alchemy emperor, he was too young. Furthermore, being young and rash back then, slaughtering in all directions in Cloudmarsh City, and becoming the number 1 person in 100,000 years, this made him become countless genius alchemists' idol. This emotional turmoil of losing and recovering their idol again was what ordinary people could not imagine. Seeing the appearance of emotions running high everywhere, A.O. Chen and company were endlessly amazed too. They were all the older generation figures already. The things that they had experienced were far too many, but they had never seen before that someone's sway in the divine realm could be so great. Even A.O. Chen, this old monster who lived for 40,000 years, he felt that he had broadened his horizons today too. As for Zhui Qing, he sneered coldly in his heart. "When I trample your idol under my foot, I really want to see what kind of expressions you all have." The current Yi Yuan was already not the Ji Qingyun back then. Thinking in his heart, Zhui Qing opened his mouth again and said, "Lord Qingyunzi, why not play the little game back then one more time?" Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately could not help laughing in spite of himself as he said, "Your present ident. 1. Tai is extraordinary. Doing this sort of disgraceful thing, again, isn't too good, right? Ho-ho, just having some fun." Zhui Qing said, like he had everything planned out. "All right then, since you're willing to lose face yourself, that's up to you too. However, the 2 of us competing in alchemy, who will be the judge?" Yi Yuan refrained from commenting. Zhui Qing froze. He did not think about this. With the 2 of their ident, 1. Ties, the average person really could not become a judge. I wonder if this old man has the qualifications to be the judge. Right then, ahoa, R.S.E., an aged voice suddenly sounded out from among the crowd. Everyone looked over trying to find the owner of the voice. They saw an old man whose hair and beard were all white appear in the crowd, with a sage-like appearance. Zhui Qing's gaze turned serious as he said in surprise, "Turns out that it's Lord Han Qingzi. Oh, of course you have this qualification." Han Qingzi was an itinerant alchemist without any sect, but this person, was famous for being impartial. His prestige in the alchemy world was extremely high. It was naturally the most suitable for him to be the judge. But when Yi Yuan saw Han Qingzi, He could not help laughing as he said, this old fellow who's halfway into the earth, actually came to join in the fun too. Han Qingzi slowly got on the stage and said smilingly, the immemorial medicine garden opening, this kind of grand age, which alchemist wouldn't be moved. It's just that this old man never thought that you actually came back. Yi Yuan said with a smile, came back, some things have to be done. This kind of small squabble, I didn't think that you're also willing to join in. Not afraid of demeaning your status either? Han Qingzi burst into laughter when he heard that and said, you look at the expressions of everyone below the stage. Do you still feel that it's a minor spat? Furthermore, not meeting for so many years, this old man is also very curious whether your alchemy Tao cultivation really declined or not. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, fine then. Thinking it over, only you're the most suited to. Begin then. Han Qingzi and Yi Yuan had a good talk, but hung Cloudmarsh City's deputy city lord out to dry at one side. This made Zhuqing gloomy to the extreme. But he also knew that with how Han Qingzi was chatting happily with Yi Yuan regarding Pa as Sing judgment, this sort of thing, he absolutely would not be partial to one side.